Rapunzel by the Brothers Grimm. Hello, this is Natasha, and I'm dropping by with a famous fairy tale about a girl whose hair was not only beautiful, but it was very useful too. It was so long that a prince could use it as a ladder to climb up to her in her tower. The story is called Rapunzel. There was once a man and a woman who had long wished for a child, but without any luck. At last the woman hoped that God was about to grant her desire. They had a little window at the back of their house, from which a splendid garden could be seen, which was full of the most beautiful flowers and herbs. It was, however, surrounded by a high wall, and no one dared go into it because it belonged to an enchantress who had great power and was dreaded by all the world. One day the woman was standing by this window and looking down into the garden when she saw a bed which was planted with the most beautiful plant called Rapunzel, and it looked so fresh and green that she longed for it. She quite pined away and began to look pale and miserable. Then her husband was alarmed and asked, "What troubles you, dear wife?" "Ah," she replied, "if I can't eat some of the Rapunzel, which is in the garden behind our house, I shall die." The man who loved her thought, "Sooner than let your wife die, better bring her some of the Rapunzel, let it cost you what it will." When it was getting dark, he clambered down over the wall into the garden of the enchantress, hastily clutched a handful of the Rapunzel plant and took it to his wife. She at once made herself a salad of it and ate it greedily. It tasted so good to her, so very good, that the next day she longed for it 3 times as much as before. If he was to have any rest, her husband must once more descend into the garden. In the gloom of the evening, therefore, he let himself down again. But when he had clambered down the wall, he was struck with terror, for he saw the enchantress standing before him. "How can you dare," said she with an angry look, "climb down into my garden and steal my Rapunzel like a thief? You shall suffer for it." "Ah," answered he, "let mercy take the place of justice. I only made up my mind to do it out of necessity. My wife saw your Rapunzel from the window and felt such a longing for it that she would have died if she had not got some to eat." Then the enchantress allowed her anger to be softened and said to him, "If you speak the truth, I will allow you to take away with you as much Rapunzel as you will. Only I make one condition. You must give me the child which your wife will bring into the world. It will be treated well, and I will care for it like a mother." The man, in his terror, agreed to everything. And when the child was born, the enchantress appeared at once, gave the child the name of Rapunzel, and took it away with her. Rapunzel grew into the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the enchantress shut her into a tower, which lay in a forest, and it had neither stairs nor doors, but right at the top was a little window. When the enchantress wanted to go in, she placed herself beneath it and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair for me." Rapunzel had magnificent long hair, fine as spun gold, and when she heard the voice of the enchantress, she unfastened her braided tresses, wound them round one of the hooks of the window above, and then the hair fell 20 yards down, and the enchantress climbed up by it. After a year or two, it happened that the king's son rode through the forest and passed by the tower. Then he heard a song, which was so charming that he stood still and listened. This was Rapunzel, who in her solitude passed her time in letting her sweet voice sing out. The king's son wanted to climb up to her, and looked for the door of the tower, but none was to be found. He rode home, but the singing had so deeply touched his heart that every day he went out into the forest and listened to it. Once, when he was thus standing behind a tree, he saw that an enchantress came there, and he heard how she cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair for me." Then Rapunzel let down the braids of her hair, and the enchantress climbed up to her. "If that is the ladder that leads to the top, I too will try my fortune," said he. And the next day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me." Immediately the hair fell down, and the prince climbed up. At first Rapunzel was terribly frightened when a man, such as her eyes had never yet beheld, came to her. But the king's son began to talk to her quite like a friend, and told her that his heart had been so stirred that it had let him have no rest, and he had been forced to see her. Then Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked if she would take him for her husband, and she saw that he was young and handsome, she thought, "He will love me more than old Dame Gothel the enchantress does." And she said yes, and laid her hand on his. She said, "I will willingly go away with you, but I do not know how to get down. Bring with you a ball of silk every time that you come, and I will weave a ladder with it, and when that is ready I will climb down, and you will take me on your horse." They agreed that until that time he should come to her every evening, for the old woman came by day. The enchantress remarked nothing of this, until once Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Dame Gothel, how it happens that you are so much heavier for me to draw up than the young king's son. He is with me in a moment." "Ah, you wicked child!" cried the enchantress. "What do I hear you say? I thought I had separated you from all the world, and yet you have deceived me." In her anger she clutched Rapunzel's beautiful hair, wrapped it twice around her left hand, seized a pair of scissors with the right, and snip, snap, they were cut off, and the lovely braids lay on the ground. And she was so pitiless that she took poor Rapunzel into a desert, where she had to live in great grief and misery. On the same day that she cast out Rapunzel, however, the enchantress fastened the braids of hair, which she had cut off, to the hook of the window, and when the king's son came and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me," she let the hair down. The king's son climbed, but instead of finding his dearest Rapunzel, he found the enchantress, who gazed at him with wicked and poisonous looks. "Ah!" she cried mockingly, You would fetch your dearest, but the beautiful bird sits no longer singing in the nest. The cat has got it, and will scratch out your eyes as well. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." The king's son was beside himself with pain, and in his despair he leapt down from the tower. He escaped with his life, but the thorns into which he fell pierced his eyes. Then he wandered quite blind about the forest, ate nothing but roots and berries, and did naught but weep over the loss of his dearest wife. Thus he roamed about in misery for some years, and at last came to the desert where Rapunzel, with the twins to which she had given birth, a boy and a girl, lived in wretchedness. He heard a voice, and it seemed so familiar to him that he went towards it. 2 of her tears wetted his eyes, and they grew clear again, and he could see with them as he did before. He led her to his kingdom, where he was joyfully received, and they lived for a long time afterwards, happy and contented. And that was the story of Rapunzel by the Brothers Grimm. Any time you have a spare moment, drop by at storynori.com, where you will find loads more stories. We have famous stories which you might have heard before, but I hope you'll enjoy listening to them again. And we have lots of new stories too. So come by and listen. Until then, from me, Natasha, bye-bye.
Hello everybody, my name is Natasha, and I've been commanded by His Royal Highness Prince Bertie the Frog to tell you a story Nori. Once upon a time, there lived a king and a queen who had no children. They were so sorry about having no children that I cannot tell you how sorry they were. At last, however, after many years, the queen had a daughter. There was a very fine christening for the baby princess. The king and queen looked throughout the kingdom for fairies to be her godmothers, and they found 7 fairies. Each fairy godmother was to give the princess a gift, as was the custom of fairies in those days. In this way, the princess had all the perfections imaginable. After the christening ceremony was over, the whole party returned to the king's palace, where there was prepared a great feast for the 7 fairy godmothers. There was placed before each one of them a magnificent case of gold, in which were a spoon, knife, and fork, all of pure gold, set with diamonds and rubies. But as everyone was sitting down at the table, they saw a very old fairy whom they had not invited, because she had not left the tower where she had lived for over 50 years, and she was believed to be either dead or under an evil spell. The king could not give her a case of gold as the others had, because they had only made 7 for the 7 fairies. The old fairy felt insulted and muttered some threats between her teeth. One of the young fairies who sat by her overheard how she grumbled, and guessing that she might give the little princess an unlucky gift, went, as soon as they rose from the table, and hid behind the curtains. In the meanwhile, all the fairies began to give their gifts to the princess. The youngest wished that she should be the most beautiful person in the world. The next, that she should have the intelligence of an angel. The third, that she should have a wonderful grace in everything she did. And the fourth, that she should dance perfectly well. And the fifth, that she should sing like a nightingale. And the sixth, that she should play all kinds of music to the utmost perfection. The old fairy's turn came next, and shaking her head with more spite than anger, she wished that one day the princess would have her hand pricked by a needle on a spinning wheel, and that she would die of the wound. This terrible gift made the whole company tremble, and everybody began to cry. At this very instant, the young fairy came out from behind the curtains and spoke these words aloud. "Assure yourselves, O King and Queen, that your daughter shall not die of this disaster. It is true, I have no power to undo entirely what the elder fairy has done. The princess shall indeed pierce her hand with a needle on a spinning wheel, but instead of dying, she shall only fall into a deep sleep, which shall last 100 years, at the end of which a king's son shall come and awake her." The king, to avoid the misfortune foretold by the old fairy, immediately made a law by which everybody was forbidden, on pain of death, to use a spinning wheel, or to have any spinning wheel in their house. About 15 or 16 years later, on a day when the king and queen were busy in a far corner of the vast palace, the young and beautiful princess amused herself by running up and down the corridors and going up from one apartment to the other. Eventually, she came into a little room at the top of the tower, where a good old woman alone was spinning with her wheel. For this good old woman had never heard of the king's law against spinning wheels. The princess said, "What are you doing there, good old woman?" "I am spinning sheep's wool into the thread so that I can knit it into a cardigan." "Ah," said the princess, "that's very clever. I've never seen that done before. How do you do it? Give it to me so that I may see if I can do the same." Now, whether it was because she was in too much of a hurry, or whether it was because she was clumsy, or whether it was because the old fairy had wished it so, I cannot say. But no sooner than the princess took the spinning wheel than she pricked her hand on the needle and she fell down into a faint. The good old woman, not knowing what to do, cried out for help. People came rushing from all over the palace, and they came in great numbers. When they saw the princess lying in a deep, deep sleep on the floor, they threw cold water on her face. They loosened her clothes. They struck her on the palms of her hands, and they rubbed her temples with smelling salts. But nothing they could do would wake the princess. And now the king, who heard the great commotion from the far end of the palace, remembered the terrible warning of the fairies, and guessing what had happened, came rushing to the tower. There he saw the princess lying in a deep, deep sleep, and he ordered her to be carried into the finest apartment in his palace, and to be laid upon a bed all embroidered with gold and silver. If you had seen her, you might have taken her for a little angel. She was so very beautiful, for her swooning away had not paled her complexion. Her cheeks were like roses. Her lips were like sea coral. Indeed, her eyes were shut, but she was heard to breathe softly, which persuaded everyone that she was not dead. The king commanded that they should not disturb her, but let her sleep quietly till her hour of awaking was come. When this accident happened to the princess, the good fairy who had saved her life by condemning her to sleep for 100 years was in the kingdom of Matakin, 12,000 miles away. But she quickly heard the terrible news from a little dwarf who had 100-mile boots with which he could tread over 100 miles of ground in a single step. The fairy came immediately, and she arrived at the palace about an hour later in a fiery chariot drawn by dragons. The king took her hand as she stepped out of her chariot, and they both went to look at the sleeping princess. As the fairy was very good at thinking and planning ahead, she realised that in 100 years' time, when the princess would wake up, she might not know what to do with herself, being all alone in this old palace. And so this is what she did. She touched with her wand everything in the palace: nannies, maids of honour, ladies of the bedchamber, gentlemen, officers, stewards, cooks, undercooks, cleaners, guards, pages, footmen. She also touched all the horses in the stables and fields, the fierce guard dogs in the outer court, and pretty little Mopsy too, the prince's little puppy, which lay by her on her bed. Immediately, as soon as she touched them, they all fell asleep, so that they might not awake before their princess, and that they might be ready to serve her when she wanted them. Even the great fires in the ovens of the kitchen, that were just then roasting partridges and pheasants, fell asleep too. All this was done in a moment. Fairies do not take long to finish their business. And now the king and the queen, having kissed their dear child without waking her, went out of the palace and made an order that nobody should dare to come near it. This, however, was not necessary, for in a quarter of an hour's time there grew up all round about the palace grounds such a vast number of trees, great and small, bushes and brambles, entwining one another, that neither man nor beast could pass through, so that nothing could be seen but the very tops of the towers of the palace. Nobody doubted but the fairy had demonstrated a very extraordinary sample of her power, and that the princess, while she continued sleeping, might have nothing to fear from any curious people. When 100 years had passed by, the son of a king from another family had gone a-hunting in that part of the country where the palace used to be. He asked, "What are those towers in the middle of that great thick wood?" Everyone answered with the rumours that they had heard. Some said that it was a ruinous old castle haunted by spirits. Others that all the sorcerers and witches of the country used to meet there at midnight when there was a full moon. Most people believed that there was an ogre that lived there, and that he used to take to there all the little children he could catch, so that he could eat them up whenever he pleased, without anybody being able to follow him, as only he had the power to pass through the wood. The prince was all in a quandary, not knowing what to believe, when a very good countryman spoke to him as follows: "May it please your royal highness, it is now about 50 years since I heard from my father, who heard my grandfather say that there was then in this castle a princess, the most beautiful that was ever seen, and that she must sleep there 100 years, and should be waked by a king's son." The young prince was all on fire at hearing these words, believing, without thinking these things through, that he could save the princess, and pushed on by love and honour, he swore that moment that he would do just that. As he rode on his horse toward the wood, all the great trees, the bushes and brambles gave way to let him pass through. He walked up to the castle, which he saw at the end of a large avenue, and he went into it. And what rather surprised him was that none of his people could follow him, because the trees closed again as soon as he passed through them. However, he did not stop. A young and amorous prince is always brave. He came into a wide, wide outer court, where everything he saw might have frozen the most fearless person with horror. There was a most frightful silence. The image of death everywhere showed itself, and there was nothing to be seen but stretched out bodies of men and animals, all seeming to be dead. But the prince realised when he saw their red faces and pimpled noses of the guards that they were only asleep, and that their glasses, in which there still remained some drops of wine, showed plainly that they had fallen asleep whilst drunk. He then crossed a court paved with marble, went up the stairs, and came into the corridor where guards were standing, with their rifles upon their shoulders, snoring as loud as they could. After that, he went through several rooms full of gentlemen and ladies, all asleep, some standing, others sitting. At last he came into a chamber all gilded with gold, where he saw upon a bed the most wonderful sight that had ever met his eyes. A princess, who appeared to be about 15 or 16 years of age, and whose bright and rosy beauty was quite angelic. He approached with trembling and admiration, and fell down before her upon his knees and kissed her hand. And now, as the evil fairy's spell was at an end, the princess opened her blue eyes for the first time in 100 years, and looking at him said, "Is it you, my prince? You have waited a long time." The prince, charmed with these words, and much more with the manner in which they were spoken, knew not how to show his joy and gratitude. He assured her that he loved her more than anyone or anything in the whole wide world. Their conversation did not make much sense. They spoke with little reason, but a great deal of love. He was more lost for words than she, and we need not wonder at it. For it is very probable, though history mentions nothing of it, that the good fairy, during so long a sleep, had given her very agreeable dreams about handsome princes coming to her rescue. In short, they talked 4 hours together, and yet they said not half what they had to say. In the meanwhile, all the palace awaked, and as all of them were not in love, they felt most desperately hungry after 100 years without a bit to eat. The chief lady of honour grew very impatient, and told the princess aloud that supper was served up. The prince helped the princess to rise. She was entirely dressed, and very magnificently, but His Royal Highness took care not to tell her that she was dressed in the fashion of 100 years ago, like his great-grandmother. She looked not a bit less charming and beautiful for all that. They went into the great hall of mirrors, where they had supper, and were served by the princess's officers. The orchestra played old tunes, but very nice ones, and after supper, without losing any time, the priest married them in the chapel of the castle, and the chief lady of honour drew the curtains. They had but very little sleep. The princess had had too much of it recently, and the prince left her the next morning to return to the city, where the king was anxiously waiting for him. And that's the end of the first part of The Sleeping Beauty. If you want to know what happened to the prince and the Sleeping Beauty after that, you'll have to listen to the next story, Nori. Prince Bertie the Frog would like you to meet all his new friends at his lovely green and purple website. You can see what he looks like there. So drop by at storynori.com. For now, from me, Natasha.
The second part
Bye-bye.
of The Sleeping Beauty. Hello, everybody. My name is Natasha, and I've been commanded by His Royal Highness Prince Bertie the Frog to tell you a story, Nori. And so, in a moment, I'll be telling you the second part of The Sleeping Beauty. But first, here's a piece of gossip I've picked up about Bertie. As you know, Bertie used to be a handsome prince, but now he's a frog, and he's a bit sad about that, which is why he listens to Story Nories on his iPod to cheer himself up. Down on the pond today, Bertie is feeling an extra bit sad. He's really glumming around. Sadie the swan, who between you and me always takes extra special notice of Bertie, said to him, poor Bertie, you look so pale green today. What's wrong?" "Oh, I don't know," said Bertie glumly. "It's just that I think I miss the lovely Princess Beatrice." He croaked for a bit before going on. "You see, she was so very, very beautiful, and I just really miss her." "Oh, Bertie," sighed Sadie, "that's just about the saddest thing I've ever heard a frog say." Just then, Colin the carp interrupted them. "That's because Bertie's the only frog you know," he snapped. Colin is a very grumpy carp, and he can be quite rude sometimes. "Be quiet, you silly fish," said Sadie. "You've no romance, no love. No, well, it's all so sad. I just don't know what to say." "You could tell me how to become a prince again," said Bertie. "Well, I've got an idea. Today we'll tell a special story full of love and romance. Oh, it will be wonderful, and all the children will listen, and then you can be a prince again." "Oh no, not another soppy story," said Colin the carp. "That'll only make him go on about the lovely Princess Beatrice even more, and we'll all die of boredom. What Bertie needs is a good old-fashioned fright. That'll empty his green head of all your romantic nonsense." Sadie was most unimpressed by Colin the carp's speech, but Bertie says he's willing to give anything a try once. And so today I'm going to tell you a rather scary story. Do you like scary stories? You won't be frightened? Just a bit? Well, I think I might be just a bit frightened when I tell you about the ogress who wanted to eat up the Sleeping Beauty and both her little children. If you listen to the first part of the story Nori called The Sleeping Beauty, you will know that a handsome prince discovered a Sleeping Beauty in a palace in the woods. She had been fast asleep for 100 years, but when he kissed her hand, she woke up and fell in love with him. They were married that very day. The morning after the handsome prince had married the Sleeping Beauty, he left her and returned home to the city where his father, the king, was anxiously waiting for him. When he reached home, the prince said that he had lost his way in the forest as he was hunting, and that he had slept in the cottage of a farmer who gave him cheese and brown bread. He did not say a word about the Sleeping Beauty, let alone how he had married her. The king, his father, who was a good man, believed him, but his mother could not be persuaded it was true. And seeing that he went almost every day a-hunting, and that he always had some excuse ready for so doing, though he had slept out 3 or 4 nights together, she began to suspect that he was married, for he lived with the princess for over 2 whole years, and they had 2 children, the eldest of which, who was a daughter, was named Morning, and the youngest, who was a son, they called Day. The queen spoke several times to her son to ask him how he passed the time, but he never dared to trust her with his secret. He feared her, though he loved her, for she was of the race of the ogres, and the king would never have married her had it not been for her money. It was even whispered about the court that she had ogreish inclinations, and that whenever she saw little children passing by, she had all the difficulty in the world to stop herself pouncing on them and gobbling them up for a snack. And so the prince would never tell her one word about his beautiful wife and 2 little children, but instead kept them a secret. His father died about 2 years later, and although the prince was very sad, he became lord and master both of the people and of himself. A month later, he announced his marriage to the cheering crowds, and he led his beloved wife the former Sleeping Beauty, in a great procession to the palace. They made a magnificent entry into the capital city, she riding between her 2 children, for now he was king, and she was queen of all the land. Soon after, the king went to make war with the Emperor Contalabute, his neighbour. He left his wife, the Sleeping Beauty, and his 2 children, Prince Day and Princess Morning, in the care of his mother. His war went on all summer, and after a while his mother, the ogress, said to the Sleeping Beauty, "Why don't you go to visit your old palace in the forest, my dear, and see that everything is in order there? And I will look after little Princess Morning and little Prince Day." And so the Sleeping Beauty went to visit her old palace in the forest to see that everything was in order there, and she left little Princess Morning and little Prince Day in the care of the king's mother, for she did not know that she was an ogress who craved to eat little children for dinner. As soon as the Sleeping Beauty was gone, the queen went into the palace kitchen. She said, "I have an idea to eat little Morning for my dinner tomorrow." "Ah, madam!" cried the chief cook of the kitchen. "I will have it so," replied the queen. And this she spoke in the tone of an ogress who had a strong desire to eat fresh meat. "And I will eat her with a cranberry sauce." The poor man, knowing very well that he must not play tricks with ogresses, took his great knife and went up into little Morning's chamber. She was then 4 years old, and came up to him jumping and laughing to take him about the neck, and asked him for some sugar candy, upon which he began to weep. The great knife fell out of his hand, and he went back into the yard and killed a little lamb, and dressed it with such a good sauce that his mistress assured him that she had never eaten anything so good in her life. But in truth, he had saved little Morning, and carried her to his wife, to hide her in a hut he had at the bottom of the courtyard. About 8 days afterward, the wicked queen said to the chief cook of the kitchen, "I will eat little Day for my supper." He answered not a word, being resolved to cheat her as he had done before. He went out to find little Day, and saw him with a little sword in his hand, with which he was fencing with a great monkey, the child being then only of 3 years of age. He took him up in his arms and carried him to his wife, that she might hide him in her bedroom along with his sister, and in the place of little Day, he cooked up a young goat, very tender, which the ogress found to be wonderfully good. And so far all was well. But one evening this wicked queen said to her chief cook of the kitchen, "I will eat the Sleeping Beauty, and you will cook her with the same sauce I had with her children." It was now that the poor clerk of the kitchen despaired of being able to deceive her. The young queen was turned of 20, not reckoning the 100 years she had been asleep, and how to find a beast of the size and shape and firmness puzzled him. He decided that to save his own life, he must kill the Sleeping Beauty, and so he went to her palace in the forest, meaning to do just that. He put himself into as foul a mood as he could possibly manage, and came into the Sleeping Beauty's room in the palace with his dagger in his hand. When he saw her beautiful face, he could not bring himself to kill her, but told her, with a great deal of respect, the orders he had received from the Queen Mother. "Do it, do it," said she, stretching out her neck. "Execute your orders, and then I shall go and see my children, my poor children, whom I so much and so tenderly loved." For after hearing of the Queen's orders, she thought that they must be dead. "No, "No, madam," cried the poor chief cook of the kitchen, all in tears. "You shall not die, and yet you shall see your children again. But then you must go home with me to my hut, where I have hidden them, and I shall deceive the queen once more by giving her in your place a young deer for her dinner." And so he led her to his hut, where, leaving her to embrace her children and to cry along with them, he went and dressed a young deer which the queen had for her supper, and devoured it with the same appetite as if it had been the Sleeping Beauty. She was so delighted with her cruelty, and she had invented a story to tell the king on his return, how the mad wolves had eaten up his wife and her 2 children. One evening, when she was rambling round about the courts and yards of the palace to see if she could smell any fresh meat, she heard in a ground room little Prince Day crying, for his mamma was sending him to bed without supper because he had been naughty. And she heard at the same time little Morning begging pardon for her brother. The ogress knew the voice of the Sleeping Beauty and her children, and being quite mad that she had been tricked, she commanded next morning by break of day, with a most horrible voice which made everybody tremble, that they should bring into the middle of the great court a large tub, which she ordered to be filled with toads, vipers, snakes, and all sorts of serpents, in order to have thrown into it the Sleeping Beauty and her children, the chief cook of the kitchen, his wife and maid, and all whom she had given orders should be brought there with their hands tied behind them. They were brought out, and the executioners were just going to throw them into the tub when the king, who was not so soon expected, entered the court on horseback, for he came post, and asked with the utmost astonishment what was the meaning of this horrible spectacle. No one dared tell him, but the ogress, all in a fury to see what had happened, threw herself head first into the tub, and was instantly gobbled up by the ugly creatures she had ordered to be thrown into it for the others. The king was very sorry, for the ogress had been his own mother, but he soon comforted himself with his beautiful wife and his pretty children, and they lived happily ever after. The end. That was indeed a rather scary story, although it had a happy ending. Do you think Bertie has forgotten all about the beautiful Princess Beatrice? To make certain, go and visit him on his lovely green and purple website at storynori.com, and be sure to cheer him up with a few jokes. If enough children keep listening to his stories, one day he will turn back into a prince. So keep listening and tell all your friends to tune in to storynori.com. I'll be telling you another story Nori soon. But for now, from me, Natasha.
Cinderella.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. My name is Natasha, and His Royal Highness Prince Bertie the Frog has commanded me to tell you the story Nori of Cinderella. As you probably know, Bertie used to be a royal prince, but now he's a frog and lives on a pond. This morning, I heard Sadie the swan sigh and say, "You know, Bertie, in her heart, every girl dreams that one day she shall meet her handsome prince."
"Well, they are just silly," interrupted Colin the carp, who was a very grumpy fish. "Why can't they ever wish to meet a handsome carp? That's what I'd like to know."
"Oh, Colin," said Sadie, "you have no idea." Well, to help Colin get a better idea of what really goes on in every girl's heart, I'm going to tell you and all the pond life a very famous fairy tale
about a girl's wish that did come true. It's called Cinderella. Once upon a time, there was a gentleman who married for his second wife the proudest and most haughty woman there ever was. She had been married before and already had 2 daughters who were exactly like her in all things. He had likewise by his first wife a young daughter, but of unequalled goodness and sweetness of temper, which she took from her mother, who was the best creature in the world. This sweet little girl missed her mother, who had died, ever so much. No sooner was the wedding ceremony over than the new wife began to show herself in her true colours. She could not bear the goodness of the gentleman's pretty girl, and especially as she made her own daughters appear the more horrid. She made her do the meanest jobs in the house. The girl scoured the dishes and tables, and scrubbed the stepmother's bathroom and those of her daughters. She slept in a little attic upon a wretched straw bed, while her sisters lay upon beds with the softest pillows in fine rooms, with floors covered with beautiful carpets, and walls on which hung looking-glasses so large that they might see themselves at their full length from head to foot. As she was doing this, they said to her, "Cinderella, would you not be glad to go to the ball?" "Alas," said she, "you only jeer me. It is not for a poor girl like me to go there." "You're quite right," replied they. "It would make the people laugh to see a cinder wench at a ball." Anyone but Cinderella would have dressed their heads all wrong, but she was very good and dressed them perfectly well. The step-sisters were almost 2 days without eating. So much were they thrilled and excited. They broke above a dozen corsets in trying to be laced up tightly so that they might have a fine, slender shape, and they were continually at their looking-glass. At last, the happy day came. They went to court, and Cinderella followed them with her eyes as long as she could, and when she had lost sight of them, she fell a-crying. Just then, her fairy godmother, who used to watch over her secretly, saw her all in tears, and appeared at her side, and asked her what was the matter. I wish I could. She was not able to speak the rest, being interrupted by her tears and sobbing. This fairy godmother of hers said to her, "You wish you could go to the ball, is it not so?" "Yes," cried Cinderella with a great sigh. "Well," said her godmother, "be but a good girl, and I will see that you shall go to the ball." Then she took her into her secret room and said to her, "Run into the garden and bring me a pumpkin." Cinderella went immediately to gather the finest she could and brought it to her godmother, not being able to imagine how this pumpkin could make her go to the ball. Her godmother scooped out all the inside of the big vegetable, leaving nothing but the rind, which done, she struck it with her wand, and the pumpkin was instantly turned into a fine coach, gilded all over with gold. She then went to look into her mouse-trap, where she found 6 mice, all alive, and ordered Cinderella to lift up a little the trap-door. As each mouse went out, she gave it a little tap with her wand, and the mouse was that moment turned into a fine horse, which altogether made a very fine set of 6 horses of a beautiful mouse-coloured dapple grey.
but they still needed a coachman. "I will go and see," says Cinderella, "if there is a rat in the rat trap. We may make a coachman of him." "You're a smart one," replied her godmother. "Go and look." Cinderella brought the trap to her, and in it there were 3 huge rats. The fairy made choice of one of the 3 which had the largest beard, and having touched him with her wand, he was turned into a fat, jolly coachman who had the smartest whiskers eyes ever beheld. After that, she said to her, "Go again into the garden, and you will find 6 lizards behind the watering pot. Bring them to me." She had no sooner done so, but her godmother turned them into 6 footmen, who skipped up immediately behind the coach, with their uniforms all bedaubed with gold and silver, and clung as close behind each other as if they had done nothing else their whole lives. The fairy then said to Cinderella, "Well, you have here transport fit to take you to the ball. Are you not pleased with it?" "Oh, yes," cried she. "But must I go there as I am, in these nasty rags?" Her godmother only just touched her with her wand, and at the same instant her clothes were turned into a cloth of gold and silver, all beset with jewels. This done, she gave her a pair of glass slippers, the prettiest in the whole world. Being thus decked out, she got up into her coach, but her godmother, above all things, commanded her not to stay till after midnight, telling her at the same time that if she stayed 1 moment longer, the coach would be a pumpkin again, her horses mice, her coachman a rat, her footmen lizards, and her clothes become just as they were before. She promised her godmother she would not fail of leaving the ball before midnight. Then off she went to the ball, scarce able to contain herself for joy. The king's son, who was told that a great princess whom nobody knew was to come, ran out to receive her. He gave her his hand as she alighted out of the coach, and led her into the ball amongst all the company. There was immediately a profound silence. The dancing stopped, and the violins ceased to play. So attentive was everyone to contemplate the singular beauty of the unknown newcomer. Nothing was then heard but a confused noise of "Ah! Ha! How lovely she is! Ha! How lovely she is!" The king himself, old as he was, could not help watching her, and telling the queen softly that it was a long time since he had seen so beautiful and lovely a creature. All the ladies were busied in considering her clothes and headdress, that they might have some made the next day after in the same pattern, provided they could find such fine material and as able hands to make them. The king's son led her to the most honourable seat, and afterward took her out to dance with him. She danced so very gracefully that they all the more and more admired her. A fine banquet was served up, of which the young prince ate not a morsel, so intently was he busied in gazing upon her. She went and sat down by her sisters, showing them 1,000 polite gestures, giving them part of the oranges and lemon blossoms which the prince had presented her with, which very much surprised them, for they did not recognise her. While Cinderella was thus amusing her sisters, she heard the clock strike 11 3/4, whereupon she immediately made a curtsy to the company and hasted away as fast as she could.
When she got home, she ran to seek out her godmother, and after having thanked her, she said she could not but heartily wish she might go the next day to the ball, because the king's son had desired her to go. As she was eagerly telling her godmother whatever had passed at the ball, her two sisters knocked at the door, which Cinderella ran and opened. "How long you have stayed!" cried she, gaping, rubbing her eyes, and stretching herself as if she had been just waked out of her sleep. "If you had been at the ball," said one of her sisters, "you would not have been tired with it. There came the finest princess, the most beautiful ever was seen with mortal eyes. She was 1,000 times nice to us, and gave us oranges and lemon blossoms." Cinderella seemed very indifferent in the matter. Indeed, she asked them the name of that princess, but they told her they did not know it, and that the king's son was very uneasy on her account, and would give all the world to know who she was. At this, Cinderella, smiling, replied, "She must, then, be very beautiful indeed. How happy you have been! Could not I see her? Ah, dear Miss Charlotte, do lend me your yellow suit of clothes, which you wear every day." "I," cried Miss Charlotte, "lend my clothes to such a dirty cinder wench as you? I should be a fool." Cinderella indeed expected well such an answer, and was very glad of the refusal, for she would have been sadly put to if her sister had lent her what she had asked for jokingly. The next day the two sisters were at the ball, and so was Cinderella, but dressed more magnificently than before. The king's son was always by her, and never ceased his compliments and kind speeches to her, to whom all this was so far from being tiresome, that she quite forgot what her godmother had recommended to her, so that she, at last, counted the clock striking 12, when she thought it to be no more than 11. She then rose up and fled, as nimble as a deer. The prince followed, but could not overtake her. She left behind one of her glass slippers, which the prince took up most carefully. She got home, but quite out of breath, and in her nasty old clothes, having nothing left of all her finery but one of the little slippers, fellow to that she had dropped. The guards at the palace gate were asked if they had not seen a princess go out. They replied that they had seen nobody go out but a young girl, very meanly dressed, and who had more the air of a poor country wench than a gentlewoman. When the two sisters returned from the ball, Cinderella asked them if they had been well entertained, and if the fine lady had been there. They told her yes, but that she hurried away immediately when it struck 12, and with so much haste that she dropped one of her little glass slippers, the prettiest in the world, which the king's son had taken up, and that most certainly he was very much in love with the beautiful person who owned the glass slipper. What they said was very true, for a few days after, the king's son commanded it to be proclaimed by sound of trumpet that he would marry the young woman whose foot would perfectly fit the slipper. He sent out his most trusted advisers from the palace, who began to try it upon the princesses, then the duchesses, and all the court, but in vain. It was brought to the two sisters, who each did all that she possibly could to thrust her foot into the slipper, but neither sister could manage to do so. Cinderella, who saw all this and knew her slipper, said to them laughing, "Let me see if it will not fit me." Her sisters burst out laughing and began to tease her. The gentleman who was sent to try the slipper looked earnestly at Cinderella, and finding her very handsome, said it was only right that she should try, and that he had orders to let every girl try. He asked Cinderella to sit down, and putting the slipper to her foot, he found it went on very easily, and fitted her as if it had been made of wax. The astonishment her two sisters were in was excessively great, but still abundantly greater when Cinderella pulled out of her pocket the other slipper and put it on her foot. Thereupon in came her godmother, who, having touched with her wand Cinderella's clothes, made them richer and more magnificent than any of those she had seen before. And now her two sisters found her to be that fine, beautiful lady whom they had seen at the ball. They threw themselves at her feet to beg for pardon for all the ill treatment they had dished out to her. Cinderella took them up, and as she embraced them cried that she forgave them with all her heart, and desired them always to love her. She was brought by carriage to the young prince, dressed as she was. He thought her more charming than ever, and a few days after married her. Cinderella was brought by carriage to the young prince, dressed as she was. He thought her more charming than ever, and a few days after married her. Cinderella, who was no less good than beautiful, gave her two sisters rooms in the palace, and that very same day matched them with two great lords of the court. And that's the story of Cinderella. And Sadie the Swan has just whispered that she believes that every girl will meet her prince one day, and hopefully, adds Colin the Carp, one that hasn't been turned into a frog. You can find out about more Prince Bertie the Frog stories at storynori.com, where all Prince Bertie the Frog stories are free. And if you like, you can buy a personalised story for a very special person in your life. So tell all your friends to visit storynori.com. For now, from me, Natasha.
This week's story
Bye-bye.
is sponsored by Audible Kids. Please visit audiblekids.com/storynori for your free audiobook download.
The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Hello, this is Natasha, and I'm dropping by with a famous fable by Aesop. It's told by an old man who remembers the biggest lesson of his life, the one that got him branded forevermore as the boy who cried wolf. But before the story, I'd just like to ask you a question. Do you know the song that goes, "The wheels on the bus go round and round"? Yes, of course you do. Well, you can buy an audiobook from our sponsor Audible Kids that has this and loads of other songs that you can sing and clap along to. It's called Mother Goose, Wheels on the Bus Move Along Songs, and you can download it by going to audiblekids.com/storynori or by following the link in our sidebar. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the story.
When I was a lad, my father used to send me out to the fields each day to watch over his sheep. Hey-how, there are worse jobs than sitting out in the fresh air all day, but it was boring work for a lad. I longed to be running around with my friends, playing ball or making boyish mischief. "Can't the sheep look after themselves?" I asked my father. "After all they know is how to bleat and munch grass, and there isn't much else they do." But father said it was important work. And most importantly of all, I must keep my eyes peeled for the wolf, in case he came sneaking into the fields and grabbed
not one of the spring lambs. And so I couldn't even go to sleep. I had to sit and keep a sharp lookout. And a few weeks of this I got so bored that I began to wish that that wolf would show up and give me something to do. And then I got thinking to myself, let's liven things up a bit. I thought, let's play a trick on the villagers. And so I got up and ran as fast as I could into the village, shouting at the top of my voice, "Wolf! Wolf! Wolf!" And the villagers grabbed sticks, rolling pins and pitchforks and came running up the field to chase away the wolf. But when they got there, all was peaceful. The lambs were frolicking as usual, quite unmolested. And I laughed. "Ha ha! Fooled you all!" But none of the villagers laughed with me. Some of them grumbled, and the blacksmith became quite angry and shouted at me. But he was just a bad sport who couldn't see the funny side of my joke. And so a week later, I did the same thing again. Only this time I put on an even better act. I dubbed red paint on my arm and pretended that the wolf had bitten me. This fooled even the blacksmith, who was on his guard after the last trick I played. And when they all arrived, breathless in the field again, I called out, "Ha ha! I fooled you!" And this time quite a few of the villagers were angry with me. And I got quite an ear-wigging from the blacksmith, the teacher, and the ironmonger. When I got home, my father was furious and told me that I had a stupid sense of humour. But I thought it was funny, and so did my friends. About a week after that, I was sitting up on the hill watching my father's sheep as usual. It was getting on for evening and the sun was setting behind the forest. I would have to spend the night out there, and oh, how lonely and bored I was. Then all of a sudden, the sheepdogs started to bark, and the flock was running around and bleating like they had all gone mad, only they hadn't. There was a wolf coming among the sheep, and he had seized a lamb. "Wolf! Wolf! Wolf!" I called out, and I ran into the village to get help. But nobody came, not one villager. They carried on doing whatever they were doing, eating supper, drinking ale, finishing off their work for the day. "But please," I said to the blacksmith, "this time it's true. There really is a wolf." And he just shrugged his shoulders. You see, nobody believes a liar, even when he is speaking the truth. And that's why you should never cry wolf unless you really mean it.
And don't forget, we have lots more Aesop stories and loads of other stories on storynori.com, so drop by soon and listen to some. Until then, from me,
Little
Natasha,
Red Riding Hood.
bye-bye.
Once upon a time there lived a little country girl, the prettiest creature who was ever seen. Her mother had a little Red Riding Hood made for her. Everybody called her Little Red Riding Hood. One day her mother said to her,
Go, my dear, and see how your grandmother is doing, for I hear she has been very ill." Little Red Riding Hood set out immediately. As she was going through the wood, she met with a wolf. He asked her where she was going. "I'm going to see my grandmother." "Does she live far off?" said the wolf. "It is beyond that mill you see there." It was not long before the wolf arrived at the old woman's house. He knocked at the door. Tap, tap, tap.
"Who's there?" "Your grandchild, Little Red Riding Hood,"
replied the wolf, faking her voice. The good grandmother cried out,
"Pull the string and the latch will go up."
The wolf pulled the string in, and the door opened, and then he immediately fell upon the good woman and ate her up in a moment. He then shut the door and got into the grandmother's bed, expecting Little Red Riding Hood, who came some time afterwards and knocked at the door. Tap, tap, tap.
"Who's there?"
said the wolf. "It is your grandchild, Little Red Riding Hood." The wolf cried out to her,
"Pull the string and the latch will go up."
Little Red Riding Hood pulled the string, and the door opened. "Grandmother, what big arms you've got!"
"All the better to hug you with, my dear."
"Grandmother, what big ears you have!"
"All the better to hear you with, my child."
"Grandmother, what big eyes you've got!"
"All the better to see you with, my child."
"And grandmother, what big teeth you've got!"
"All the better to eat you up with."
Fortunately, a hunter was passing nearby the hut. He heard the wolf and recognized him right away. He ran over to the window. He took a good aim, and that was the
Beauty
end
and
of the
the
wolf.
Beast. Hello, this is Natasha, and this story has always been one of my favourite fairy tales. Bertie says that when you've heard it, you will understand that beauty on the outside of a person is all very well, but it's the beauty on the inside that really counts. A long time ago, in a faraway land, a merchant was returning home after a long journey. As night fell, he entered a deep forest. His head was full of thoughts of his 6 daughters. He had left home in summer, and now he was returning in deep winter. The most bitter sleet and snow came down, and his horse stumbled on a patch of ice. He heard wolves howling, and soon he realised that he was lost. At last he saw some kind of track. At the beginning it was rough and slippery, but soon it led him into an avenue of orange trees, covered with flowers and fruit. But here there was no snow. He saw a flight of stone steps. He went up them into a great castle. Inside he passed through several splendid rooms. Everywhere in the castle there was a deep silence. At last he stopped in a small room where a fire was burning. He lay down on the couch and very soon fell into a sweet sleep. He woke up feeling hungry. He was still alone,
but a good dinner had been laid on a little table. He began to eat, hoping that he might soon have a chance to thank his kind host, whoever it might be. But no one appeared. Then he went down into the garden, and though it was winter everywhere else, here the sun shone, and the birds sang, and the flowers bloomed, and the air was soft and sweet. The path had a hedge of roses on each side of it, and the merchant thought that he had never seen or smelt such beautiful flowers. Then he remembered a promise he had made to his youngest daughter, who was so lovely that everyone knew her as Beauty. Before setting out on his journey, he had asked his daughters what presents they would like him to bring back for them. The 5 eldest wished for jewels and fine clothes, but Beauty asked only for a single rose. Now, as he stopped to pick a rose to take home to Beauty, he was startled by a strange noise behind him. Turning round, he saw a frightful, ugly beast, which seemed to be very angry and sad, and said in a terrible voice,
"Who said that you could pick my roses? Was it not enough that I let you stay in my palace and was kind to you? This is the way you thank me, by stealing my flowers. But you shall not go unpunished."
The merchant was terrified by these furious words. He dropped the fatal rose, and throwing himself on his knees, cried,
"Pardon me, noble sir. I am truly grateful to you for your kindness. I could not imagine that you would mind so much if I took such a little thing as a rose."
But the beast was still furious. He cried,
"Excuses and flattery will not save you from the death you deserve."
"Alas," thought the merchant,
"my daughter's rose has put me in this terrible danger."
And he began to tell the beast of his journey, not forgetting to mention how Beauty had asked him for a rose.
"I beg you to forgive me, for I meant no harm,"
he pleaded. The beast thought for a moment, and then he said in a less terrible voice,
"I will forgive you on one condition. That is, if you will give me one of your daughters."
"Ah,"
cried the merchant, "what excuse could I invent to bring her here?" "No excuse," answered the beast. "She must come willingly. Go home. I give you a month to see if one of your daughters will save you. If none of them is willing to come to me, you must come back alone. And do not think you can hide from me, for if you do not keep your word, I will come and fetch you."
The poor merchant, more dead than alive, went to the stable where his horse was ready for his journey. It carried him off so swiftly that in an instant he had lost sight of the palace, and he was still wrapped in gloomy thoughts when it stopped before the door of his house. His daughters rushed to meet him. At first he told them nothing of the beast, but as he gave Beauty her rose, he said sadly,
"Here is what you asked me to bring you. You little know what it has cost."
Later that evening he told his family of his adventures from beginning to end, and then his daughters wept loudly. The girls were very angry with Beauty, and said to her that it was all her fault, and complained bitterly that they should have to suffer for her foolish wish. Poor Beauty said to them, "Who could have guessed that asking for a rose in the middle of summer would cause so much misery? But as I made this mistake, it is only right that I should be the one to suffer for it. I will go back to the beast with my father." When the fatal day came, she said goodbye to her sisters and everything she loved. She mounted a horse together with her father, and it seemed to fly rather than gallop. They soon reached the avenue of orange trees, where statues were holding flaming torches. And when they got nearer to the palace, music sounded softly from the courtyard. Her father led her into the little room where he had stayed, and there they found a splendid fire burning and a delicious supper set out on the table. After they had finished their meal, they heard the beast's footsteps approaching, and Beauty clung to her father. But when the ugly beast appeared, she tried hard to hide her terror, and she nodded to him politely. This clearly pleased the beast. After looking at her, he said, in a voice that might have struck fear into the boldest of hearts, "Good evening, old man. Good evening, Beauty." The merchant was too terrified to reply, but Beauty answered sweetly, "Good evening, beast." "Have you come willingly?" asked the beast. Beauty answered bravely that she had come willingly to save her father. "I am pleased with you," said the beast. "As for you, old man," he added, turning to the merchant, "at sunrise tomorrow you will go." Then turning to Beauty, he said, "Take your father into the next room and help him to choose presents for your sisters. Take everything they would wish for." Then he left them, saying, "Goodbye, Beauty. Goodbye, old man." In the next room they found splendid dresses fit for a queen, and when Beauty opened the cupboards, she was quite dazzled by the gorgeous jewels that lay in heaps upon every shelf. After choosing a vast quantity, she opened the last chest, which was full of gold. "I think, father," she said, "that gold will be more useful to you. We had better take out the other things again and fill the trunks instead with gold." So they did this, and at last the trunks were so heavy that an elephant could not have carried them. "The beast was making fun of us," cried the merchant. "He pretended to give us these things, knowing that I could not carry them." "Let us wait and see," answered Beauty. At sunrise they went down into the courtyard, where 2 horses were waiting, one loaded with the 2 trunks, the other for the merchant to ride. And as soon as he climbed into the saddle, he went off at such a pace that Beauty lost sight of him in an instant. Then she began to cry, and she went back to her room and fell into a deep sleep. She dreamed that she was walking by a stream when a young prince came up to her and said in a voice that went straight into her heart, "Ah, Beauty, you are not so unlucky as you suppose. Only try to find me, no matter how I may be disguised, as I love you dearly. Make me happy, and you shall be happy. Be as true-hearted as you are beautiful, and we shall have nothing left to wish for."
can I do, Prince, to make you happy?" said Beauty. "Do not trust your eyes," he answered, "and set me free from my misery." When Beauty awoke, she began to think about the charming prince she had seen in her dream. "He said I could make him happy," said Beauty to herself. "It seems that this horrible beast keeps him a prisoner. How can I set him free? I don't understand it. But after all, it was only a dream, so why should I worry about it?" She got up to explore the castle, but she did not hear anyone or any sound, and she began to find it rather dull. Only that evening after supper she heard the beast coming, and she trembled with fear at what it might do. But he only said, "Good evening, Beauty." She answered cheerfully and managed to hide her terror. He spoke politely to her for about an hour and asked her all about her life with her family. Then he said in a gruff voice, "Do you love me, Beauty? Will you marry me?" "Oh, what shall I say?" cried Beauty, for she was afraid to make the beast angry by refusing. "Say yes or no without fear," he replied. "Oh, no, beast," said Beauty hastily. "Since you will not, good night, Beauty," he said. And she answered, "Good night, beast," very glad to find that he had not attacked her. And after he was gone, she was very soon in bed and asleep, dreaming of her unknown prince. He came to her and said, "Ah, Beauty, why are you so unkind to me? I fear I will be unhappy for many a long day still." The next morning, she decided to amuse herself in the garden, for the sun shone and all the fountains were playing. When she was tired, she went back to the palace and found a new room full of rare birds, so tame that they flew up to Beauty as soon as they saw her and perched upon her shoulders and her hand. Some of them were parrots and cockatoos that could talk, and they greeted Beauty by her name. "Pretty little creatures," she said. "Oh, how I wish that your cage was nearer to my room, that I could often hear you sing." When she left, she opened a door and found that it led straight into her own room. After supper, the beast paid her his usual visit, and before he left, he asked her as before, "Beauty, will you marry me?" And when she refused, he gave her a gruff "good night" and left her. The days passed, and every evening the beast asked her the same question, and she gave him the same answer. And Beauty felt that when she said, "No, beast," he went away quite sad. But her happy dreams of the handsome young prince soon made her forget the poor beast. Her prince always told her to let her heart guide her and not her eyes, and many other equally baffling things which she could not understand. At last, happy as she was, Beauty began to long for her family. One night, seeing her look very sad, the beast asked her what was the matter. Beauty was no longer afraid of him. Now she knew that he was really gentle
in spite of his ferocious looks and his dreadful voice. So she answered that she was longing to see her home once more. When he heard this, the beast cried miserably,
"Ah, Beauty, have you the heart to leave an unhappy beast like me? Is it because you hate me that you want to escape?"
"No, dear beast," answered Beauty softly. "I do not hate you, and I should be very sorry never to see you any more, but I long to see my father again. Only let me go for 2 months, and I promise to come back to you and stay for the rest of my life." The beast replied with a sigh,
"I cannot refuse you anything you ask, even though it should cost me my life. You may go, but remember your promise and come back when the 2 months are over, or you may be sorry. For if you do not come in good time, you will find your faithful beast dead."
That night Beauty could hardly sleep for joy, and when at last she did begin to dream of her beloved prince, she saw him stretched upon a grassy bank, sad and weary, and hardly like himself. "What is the matter?" she cried. He looked at her reproachfully and said, "How can you ask me, cruel one?" "Ah, don't be so sad," cried Beauty. "I am only going to let my father know that I am safe and happy. I have promised the beast that I will come back. I would not cause him pain by breaking my word. He told me he would die if I did not keep my promise to him." "What do you care for an ugly beast?" asked the prince. "Oh," said Beauty, "it is not his fault that he is so ugly. He is a very kind beast." Just then she heard someone speaking not very far away. She got up, and then suddenly she heard her father's voice. She rushed out and greeted him. She was home. Her sisters were quite astonished to see her, and there was no end to their questions about her life with the beast. Then Beauty asked her father what he thought could be the meaning of her strange dreams. After much thought, he answered,
"You tell me yourself that the beast, frightful as he is, loves you dearly, and is kind and gentle to you. I think the prince means that you should do as the beast wishes in spite of his ugliness."
But Beauty's thoughts were full of her handsome dream prince, and she could not imagine marrying the beast. When the 2 months were over, Beauty's sisters begged her not to return to the ugly beast, but to stay with her family. At first she could not refuse them, and she stayed on for a few days more. Then one night she had a different dream from usual. She saw not her prince, but the beast. He was lying in a cave, and he looked ill and in pain. And then Beauty remembered his words, that he might die if she did not stay true to her word. The next day, Beauty said goodbye to her father and her brothers and sisters, and as soon as she was in bed, she turned her ring round upon her finger and said firmly, "I wish to go back and see my beast again." Then she fell asleep instantly, and only woke up to hear the clock saying, "Beauty, Beauty," 12 times in its musical voice, which told her at once she was in the palace once more. Everything was just as before.
and her birds were so glad to see her. But Beauty thought she had never known such a long day, for she was so anxious to see the Beast again that she felt as if supper time would never come. But when it did come, and no Beast appeared, she really was frightened. She ran down into the garden to search for him. Up and down the paths and avenues ran poor Beauty, calling in vain, for no one answered. At last, quite tired, she stopped for a minute's rest, and saw that she was standing opposite a cave, and in it lay the Beast, asleep. Quite glad to have found him, she ran up and stroked his head. But to her horror, he did not move or open his eyes. "Oh, he is dead, and it is all my fault," said Beauty, crying bitterly. But then, looking at him again, she fancied he still breathed. She fetched some water from the nearest fountain and sprinkled it over his face. Slowly, he began to open his eyes.
"Ah, Beauty,"
he said faintly.
"Now you see what happens when you do not keep your word."
"Oh, Beast," she cried, "I never knew how much I loved you until now, when I feared I was too late to save your life."
"Can you really love such an ugly creature as I am?"
asked the Beast.
"You only came just in time. I was dying because I thought you had forgotten your promise. But go back now and rest. I shall see you by and by."
Beauty went back to the palace, where supper was awaiting her, and afterwards the Beast came in as usual, and asked about the time she had spent with her family, and if they had been all very glad to see her. And when at last the time came for him to go, and he asked, as he had so often asked before,
"Beauty, will you marry me?"
she answered softly, "Yes, dear Beast." As she spoke, a blaze of light sprang up before the windows of the palace. Fireworks crackled and guns banged, and across the avenue of orange trees, in letters all made of fireflies, was written, "Long live the prince and his bride." Beauty meant to ask the Beast what it all meant, but he had gone. In his place stood her long-loved prince. At that same moment, two ladies entered the room. Both were splendidly dressed, but one especially so. Her companion said, "Well, Queen, this is Beauty, who has had the courage to rescue your son from the terrible magic spell that turned him into a beast. They love one another, and your consent to their marriage is all they need to make them perfectly happy." "I agree with all my heart," cried the Queen, and then she tenderly embraced Beauty and the Prince. "Now," said the fairy to Beauty, "I suppose you would like me to send for your father and sisters." She did so. The marriage was celebrated the very next day, and Beauty and the Prince lived happily ever after. And that was the story of Beauty and the Beast. I do hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And don't forget, there are loads more stories on storynori.com. You can also find us in the iTunes podcast directory under the Kids and Family section. iTunes makes it easy to download our stories and put them on an iPod, so drop by soon and visit us. Until then, from me, Natasha, bye-bye!
Snow White. Hello, everybody. This is Natasha, and His Royal Highness Prince Bertie the Frog has commanded me to tell you the story Nori of Snow White by the Brothers Grimm. The story of Snow White is about a beautiful princess who had the most nasty, horrible stepmother who ever lived. Bertie thinks it's rather interesting, as the wicked queen in the story reminds him of someone he knows, a certain horrid somebody who turned him into a frog just as he was about to marry the lovely Princess Beatrice. Now, in real life, most stepmothers are sweet and kind, but the ones who appear in fairy tales are generally horrid. See what you think about this one. A very long time ago, in midwinter, when the snowflakes were falling like feathers from heaven, a beautiful queen sat sewing at her window, which had a frame of black ebony. As she worked, she looked sometimes at the falling snow, and it happened that she pricked her finger with her needle, so that 3 drops of blood fell upon the snow. The queen said to herself as she looked at it, "Ah me, if only I had a dear little child who had skin as white as the snow, lips as rosy as the blood, and hair as black as the ebony window frame." Soon afterwards she had a little daughter, with skin white as snow, lips rosy as blood, and hair as black as ebony, and she was therefore called Little Snow White. But alas, when the little one was born, the good queen died. A year passed away, and the king took another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but proud and haughty, and she could not bear that anyone else should surpass her in beauty. She had a mirror, and when she stood in front of it and asked, "Mirror, mirror upon the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" the mirror answered, "Thou, O Queen, art the fairest of all." And the queen was contented, because she knew the mirror could speak nothing but the truth. But as time passed on, little Snow White grew more and more beautiful, until when she was 7 years old, she was as lovely as the bright day, and still more lovely than the queen herself, so that when the lady one day asked her mirror, "Mirror, mirror upon the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" it answered, "O Lady Queen, though fair ye be, Snow White is fairer far to see." The queen was shocked, and grew yellow and green with envy. And from that moment, envy and pride grew in her heart like rank weeds, so that she had no peace day or night, until one day she called her huntsman and said, "Take the child away into the woods and kill her, for I can no longer bear the sight of her. And when you return, bring with you her heart, that I may know you have obeyed my will." The huntsman dared not disobey,
and he led Snow White out into the woods and placed an arrow in his bow to pierce her innocent heart. But the little girl cried and begged him, saying, "Ah, dear huntsman, leave me my life. I will run away into the wild forest and never come home again." And as she was so beautiful, the huntsman had pity on her and said, "Run away then, you poor child." While to himself he thought, "The wild beasts will soon have devoured you." And yet it seemed as if a stone had been rolled from his heart, since he now no longer had to kill her. Then as a young wild boar came rushing by, he killed it, took out its heart, and carried it home to the queen. The cook was ordered to prepare this, and the wicked queen ate it, and thought she had eaten the heart of Snow White. Poor little Snow White was now all alone in the wild wood, and so frightened was she that she trembled at every leaf that rustled. Then she began to run, and ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and the wild beasts ran past her, but did her no harm. And she kept on running until she came to a little house where she went in to rest. Inside the cottage, everything she saw was tiny, but more dainty and clean than words can tell. Upon a white-covered table stood 7 little plates, and upon each plate lay a little spoon, besides which there were 7 knives and forks and 7 little goblets. Against the wall, side by side, stood 7 little beds covered with perfectly white sheets. Snow White was so hungry and thirsty that she took a little food from each of the 7 plates and drank a few drops of wine from each goblet, for she did not wish to take everything away from one. Then, because she was so tired, she crept into one of the little beds, but it did not suit her. And then she tried the others, but one was too long, another too short, and so on, until she came to the 7th, which suited her exactly. So she said her prayers and soon fell fast asleep. When night fell, the masters of the little house came home. They were 7 dwarfs who worked with a pickaxe and spade, searching for copper and gold in the heart of the mountains. They lit their 7 candles and then saw that someone had been to visit them. The first said, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" The second said, "Who has been eating from my plate?" The third, "Who has taken my piece of bread?" The fourth, "Who has taken some of my vegetables?" The fifth, "Who has been using my fork?" The sixth, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The seventh, "Who has been drinking out of my goblet?" The first looked round and saw that his bed was rumpled, so he said, "Who has been getting into my bed?" Then the others looked round, and each one cried, "Someone has been getting into my bed too." But the 7th, when he looked at his bed, saw little Snow White, who was lying there asleep. And he called the others, who came running up, and they cried out with astonishment, and brought their 7 little candles, and let the light fall on little Snow White. "Oh, heavens! Heavens!" cried they. "What a lovely child!" And they were so glad that they did not wake her up, but let her sleep on in the bed. And the 7th dwarf slept with his companions, 1 hour with each, and so got through the night. When the sun rose, Snow White awoke, And oh, how frightened she was when she saw the 7 little dwarfs. But they were very friendly and asked what her name was. "My name is Snow White," she answered. "And how did you come to get in our house?" asked the dwarfs. Then she told them how her cruel stepmother had intended her to be killed, but how the huntsman had spared her life, and she had run on until she reached the little house. And the dwarfs said, "If you will take care of our house, cook for us, and make the beds, wash, mend, and knit, and keep everything neat and tidy and clean, then you may stay with us, and you shall lack for nothing." "Yes," answered Snow White, "with all my heart." And so she stayed. She kept the house neat and clean for the dwarfs, who went off early in the morning to search for copper and gold in the mountains, and who expected their meal to be standing ready for them when they returned at night. All day long Snow White was alone, and the good little dwarfs warned her to be careful to let no one into the house. "For," said they, "your stepmother will soon discover that you're living here." The Queen, believing, of course, that Snow White was dead, and that she had eaten her heart, and that therefore she was again the most beautiful lady in the land, went to her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror, upon the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" Then the mirror answered, "O Lady Queen, though fair ye be, Snow White is fairer far to see. Over the hills and far away, she dwells with 7 dwarfs today." How angry she was, for she knew that the mirror spoke only the truth, and that the huntsman must have deceived her. She thought and thought how she might kill Snow White, for she knew she would have neither rest nor peace until she really was the most beautiful lady in the land. At length she decided what to do. She painted her face and dressed herself like an old peddler woman, so that no one could recognize her, and in this disguise she climbed the 7 mountains that lay between her and the dwarf's house, and she knocked at their door and cried, "Pretty things to sell, very cheap, very cheap." Snow White peeped from the window and said, "Good day, good wife, and what are your wares?" "All sorts of pretty things, my dear," answered the woman. "Silk and laces of every colour," and she held up a bright-coloured one made of pleated silks. "Surely I might let this honest old woman come in," thought Snow White, and unbolted the door and bought the pretty lace. "Dear, dear, what a sight for sore eyes you are, child," said the old woman. "Come, let me lace you properly for once." Snow White had no suspicious thoughts, so she placed herself in front of the old woman that she might fasten her dress with her new silk lace. But immediately the wicked creature laced her bodice so tightly that she could not breathe, and she fell down upon the ground as though she were dead. "Now," said the Queen, "I am once more the most beautiful lady in all the land." When the dwarfs came home, they were very grieved to find their dear little Snow White lying upon the ground as though she were dead. They lifted her gently, and seeing that she was too tightly laced, they cut the silken cord, where she drew a long breath and then gradually came back to life. When the dwarfs heard all that had happened, they said, "The peddler woman was certainly the wicked queen. Now take care in future that you open the door to none when we are not with you." The wicked queen had no sooner reached home than she went to her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror upon the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" And the mirror answered as before, "O Lady Queen, though fair ye be, Snow White is fairer far to see. Over the hills and far away, she dwells with 7 dwarfs today." The blood rushed to her face as she heard these words, for she knew that Snow White must have come to life again. "But I will manage to put an end to her yet," she said. And then, by using her witchcraft, she made a poisonous comb. Again, she disguised herself, climbed the 7 mountains, and knocked at the door of the 7 dwarfs' cottage, crying, "Pretty little things to sell, very cheap today." Snow White looked out of the window and said, "Go away, good woman, for I dare not let you in." "Surely you can look at my goods," answered the woman, and held up the poisonous comb, which pleased Snow White so well that she opened the door and bought it. "Come, let me comb your hair in the newest way," said the woman, and the poor unsuspicious child let her have her way. But no sooner did the comb touch her hair than the poison began to work, and she fell fainting to the ground. "There, you model of beauty," said the wicked woman. "You are done for at last." But fortunately, it was almost time for the dwarfs to come home, and as soon as they came in and found Snow White lying upon the ground, they guessed that her wicked stepmother had been there again, and set to work to find out what was wrong. They soon saw the poisonous comb and drew it out of her hair, and almost immediately Snow White began to recover and told them what had happened. Once more they warned her to be on her guard and to open the door to no one. When the Queen reached home, she went straight to the mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" And the mirror answered, "O Lady Queen, though fair ye be, Snow White is fairer far to see. Over the hills and far away, she dwells with 7 dwarfs today." When the Queen heard these words, she shook with rage. "Snow White shall die," she cried, "even if it costs me my own life." She went into a secret chamber where no one else ever entered, and there she made a poisonous apple, and then she painted her face and disguised herself as a peasant woman, and climbed the 7 mountains and went to the dwarf's house. She knocked at the door. Snow White put her head out of the window and said, "I must not let anyone in. The 7 dwarfs have forbidden me to do so." "It's all the same to me," answered the peasant woman. "I shall soon get rid of these fine apples. But before I go, I'll make you a present of one." "Oh no," said Snow White, "for I must not take it." "Surely you are not afraid of poison?" said the woman. "See, I will cut one in two. The rosy cheek you shall take, and the white cheek I will eat myself." Now, the apple had been so cleverly made that only the rose cheek side contained the poison. Snow White longed for the delicious-looking fruit, and when she saw that the woman ate half of it, she thought there could be no danger, and stretched out her hand and took the other part. But no sooner had she tasted it than she fell down dead. The wicked queen laughed out loud with joy as she gazed at her. "White as snow, red as blood, black as ebony. This time the dwarves cannot take you." And she went straight home and asked her mirror, "Mirror, mirror upon the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" And at length it answered, "Thou, O Queen, art fairest of all." So her envious heart had peace at last, as much as an envious heart can have peace. When the little dwarfs came home at night, they found Snow White lying upon the ground. No breath came from her parted lips, for she was dead. They lifted her tenderly and sought for some poisonous object which might have caused the mischief, and laced her frock, combed her hair, and washed her with wine and water, but all in vain. Dead she was, and dead she remained. They laid her upon a bier, and all 7 of them sat round it, and wept as though their hearts would break for 3 whole days. When the time came that she should be laid in the ground, they could not bear to part from her. Her pretty little cheeks were still rosy red, and she looked just as though she was still living. "We cannot hide her away in the dark earth," said the dwarfs. And so they made her a transparent coffin of shining glass and laid her in it, and wrote her name upon it in letters of gold, and that she was the king's daughter. Then they put the coffin out upon the mountain top, and one of them always stayed by it and watched it. And birds came too, and wept for Snow White, first an owl, then a raven, and last a dove. For a long, long time, little Snow White lay in the coffin, but she did not change. She only looked as though she slept, for her skin was still as white as snow, her lips as red as blood, and her hair as black as ebony. It chanced that a king's son came into the wood and went to the dwarf's house, meaning to spend the night there. He saw the coffin upon the mountain top, with little Snow White lying within it, and he read the words that were written upon it in letters of gold. And he said to the dwarfs, "If you will but let me have the coffin, you may ask of me what you will, and I will give it to you." But the dwarfs answered, "We would not sell it for all the gold in the world." Then said the prince, "Let me have it as a gift, I pray you, for I cannot live without seeing little Snow White, and I will prize your gift as the dearest of my possessions." The good little dwarfs pitied him when they heard these words, and so gave him the coffin. The king's son then bade his servants place it upon their shoulders and carry it away. But as they went, they stumbled over the stump of a tree, and the violent shaking shook the piece of poisonous apple which had lodged in Snow White's throat out again, so that she opened her eyes, raised the lid of the coffin, and sat up alive once more. "Where am I?" she cried. And the happy prince answered, "Thou art with me, dearest." Then he told her all that had happened, and how he loved her better than the whole world, and begged her to go with him to his father's palace and be his wife. Snow White agreed and went with him, and the wedding was celebrated with great splendour and magnificence. Little Snow White's wicked stepmother was invited to the feast, and when she had dressed herself in the most beautiful clothes, she stood before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror upon the wall, who is the fairest of all?" And the mirror answered, "O Lady Queen, though fair ye be, the young queen is fairer to see." Oh, how angry the wicked woman was then, and so terrified too, that she scarcely knew what to do. At first she thought she would not go to the wedding at all, but then she felt she could not rest until she had seen the young queen. No sooner did she enter the palace than she recognised little Snow White, and could not move for terror. But as punishment for the evil wicked stepmother's ways, a pair of red-hot iron shoes was brought into the room with tongs and set before her, and these she was forced to put on and to dance in them until she could dance no longer, but fell down dead. And that was the end of the wicked queen. And that was the story of Snow White by the Brothers Grimm. You'll find loads more stories on storynori.com. Until then, from me, Natasha.
Snow White
Bye-bye.
and Rose Red. Hello, this is Natasha, and I'm here with a classic fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. It's not to be confused with Snow White, which we did simply ages ago. This is an entirely different story about two girls called Snow White and Rose Red. If you love animals, you will really enjoy this story. A poor widow once lived in a little cottage with a garden in front of it, in which grew 2 rose trees, one bearing white roses and the other red. She had 2 children who were just like the 2 rose trees. One was called Snow White and the other Rose Red. And they were the sweetest and best children in the world. Always hard-working, always cheerful. But Snow White was quieter and more gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red loved to run about the fields and meadows and to pick flowers and catch butterflies. But Snow White sat at home with her mother and helped her in the household, or read aloud to her when there was no work to do. The 2 children loved each other so dearly that they always walked about hand in hand. And when Snow White said, "We will never desert each other," Rose Red answered, "No, not as long as we live." And the mother added, "Whatever one gets, she shall share with the other." They often roamed about in the woods, gathering berries, and no beast threatened to hurt them. In fact,
animals loved and trusted the two girls. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf from their hands. The deer grazed beside them. The stag would bound past them merrily, and the birds remained on the branches and sang to them with all their might. No evil ever befell them. If they stayed late in the wood and night overtook them, they lay down together on the moss and slept till morning, and their mother knew they were quite safe and never felt anxious about them. Once, when they had slept all night in the wood and had been wakened by the morning sun, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white robe sitting close to their resting place. The figure got up, looked at them kindly, but said nothing and vanished into the wood. And when they looked around them, they realized that they had slept quite close to a deep crater in the ground. If they had gone a few steps further in the darkness, they would have fallen into it. When they told their mother of their adventure, she said what they had seen must have been the angel that guards good children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's cottage so beautifully clean and neat that it was a pleasure to go into it. In summer, Rose Red looked after the house, and every morning before her mother awoke, she placed a bunch of flowers before the bed. From each tree, a rose. In winter, Snow White lit the fire and put on the kettle, which was made of brass, but so beautifully polished that it shone like gold. In the evening, when the snowflakes fell, their mother said, "Snow White, go and close the shutters," and they drew round the fire, while the mother put on her spectacles and read aloud from a big book, and the two girls listened and sat and span. Beside them on the ground lay a little lamb, and behind them perched a little white dove with its head tucked under its wings. One evening, as they sat cosily together, someone knocked at the door as though he wanted to come in. The mother said, "Rose Red, open the door quickly. It must be some traveller seeking shelter." Rose Red hastened to unbar the door and thought she saw a poor man standing in the darkness outside. But it was no such thing, only a bear, who poked his thick black head through the door. Rose Red screamed aloud and sprang back in terror. The lamb began to bleat, the dove flapped its wings, and Snow White ran and hid behind her mother's back. But the bear began to speak and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I'm half frozen and only wish to warm myself a little." "My poor bear," said the mother, "lie down by the fire, only take care you don't burn your fur." Then she called out, "Snow White and Rose Red, come out. The bear will do you no harm. He is a good, honest creature." So they both came out of their hiding places, and gradually the lamb and dove drew near too, and they all forgot their fear. The bear asked the children to beat the snow a little out of his fur, and they fetched a brush and scrubbed him till he was dry. Then the beast stretched himself in front of the fire and growled quite happily and comfortably. The children soon grew quiet, at their ease with him, and teased him and played with him quite roughly. They tugged his fur with their hands, put their small feet on his back, and rolled him about here and there, or took a hazel wand and beat him with it, and if he growled they only laughed. The bear submitted to everything with the best possible good nature.
"Oh, children, spare my life. Snow White and Rose Red, don't beat your lover dead."
When it was time to retire for the night and the others went to bed, the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there on the hearth. In heaven's name, It will be shelter for you from the cold and wet." As soon as day dawned, the children led him out, and he trotted over the snow and into the wood. From this time on, the bear came every evening at the same hour and lay down by the hearth and let the children play what pranks they liked with him. And they got so used to him that the door was never shut till their friend had made his appearance. When spring came and all outside was green, the bear said one morning to Snow White,
"Now I must go away, not return again the whole summer."
"Where are you going to, dear bear?" asked Snow White.
"I must go to the wood and protect my treasure from the wicked dwarfs. In winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they are forced to remain underground, for they can't work their way through. But now, when the sun has thawed and warmed the ground, they break through and come up above to spy the land and steal what they can. Anything that falls into their hands and into the caves is not easily found again."
Snow White was quite sad that their friend was leaving, and when she unbarred the door for him, the bear, stepping out, caught a piece of his fur in the door knocker, and Snow White thought she saw glittering gold beneath it. But she couldn't be certain of it, and the bear ran hastily away and soon disappeared behind the trees. A short time after this, the mother sent the children into the wood to collect twigs to start the fire. As they wandered, they came upon a big tree which lay felled on the ground, and on the trunk among the long grass they noticed something jumping up and down. But what it was, they couldn't be certain. When they approached nearer, they saw a dwarf with a wizened face and a beard a yard long. The end of the beard was jammed into a cleft of the tree, and the little man sprang about like a dog on a chain and didn't seem to know what he was to do. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and screamed out, "What are you standing there for? Can't you come and help me?" "What were you doing, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You stupid, inquisitive goose," replied the dwarf. "I wanted to split the tree to get little chips of wood for our kitchen fire. My beautiful white beard has got caught in a cleft, so here I am stuck fast, and I can't get away, and you silly smooth-faced milk and water girls just stand and laugh. Ah, what wretches you are!" The children did all in their power, but they couldn't get the beard out. It was wedged in far too firmly. "I will run and fetch somebody," said Rose Red. "Crazy blockheads," snapped the dwarf. "What's the good of calling anyone else? You're already too many for me. Does nothing better occur to you than that?" "Don't be so impatient," said Snow White, and taking her scissors out of her pocket, she cut off the end of his beard. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he seized a bag full of gold which was hidden among the roots of the tree, lifted it up and muttered out loud, "Curse these rude wretches, cutting off a piece of my splendid beard." With these words he swung the bag over his back and disappeared without as much as looking at the children again. Shortly after this, Snow White and Rose Red were out again, walking along the bank of a stream. They saw something which looked like an enormous grasshopper springing toward the water as if it were going to jump in. They ran forward and recognized their old friend, the dwarf. "Where are you going to?" asked Rose Red. "You're surely not going to jump into the water." "I'm not such a fool!" screamed the dwarf. "Don't you see that this cursed fish is trying to drag me in?" The little man had been sitting on the bank fishing, when unfortunately the wind had entangled his beard in the line. Immediately afterwards, a big fish bit, and the feeble little creature had no strength to pull it out. The fish dragged the dwarf toward him. He clung on with all his might to every reed and blade of grass. The girls came up just in the nick of time, held him firm, and did all they could to free his beard from the line, but in vain. Beard and line were in a hopeless muddle. All they could do was to take out the scissors again to cut the beard. The little man was far from grateful to the girls for rescuing him. He yelled to them, "Do you call that manners, you toadstools, to disfigure a fellow's face? It wasn't enough that you shortened my beard before, but you must now cut off the best bit of it." Then he fetched a sack of pearls that lay among the rushes, and without saying another word, he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. It happened that soon after this, the mother sent the two girls to the town to buy needles, thread, laces, and ribbons. Their road led over a heath, where huge boulders of rock lay scattered here and there. While trudging along, they saw a big bird hovering in the air, circling slowly above them, but always swooping lower till at last it settled on a rock not far from them. Immediately afterward they heard a sharp, piercing cry. They ran forward and saw with horror that the eagle had pounced on their old friend the dwarf and was about to carry him off. The tender-hearted children seized hold of the little man and struggled so long with the bird that at last he let go his prey. When the dwarf had recovered from the first shock, he screamed in his screeching voice, "Couldn't you have treated me more carefully? You have torn my thin little coat all to shreds." Then he took a bag of precious stones and vanished under the rocks into his cave. The girls were used to his ingratitude and went on their way and did their business in town. On their way home, as they were again passing the heath, they surprised the dwarf pouring out his precious stones on an open space, for he had thought no one would pass by at so late an hour. The evening sun shone on the glittering stones, and they glanced and gleamed so beautifully that the children stood still and gazed on them.
"What are you standing there gaping for?"
screamed the dwarf, and his ashen grey face became scarlet with rage. He was about to go off with these angry words when a sudden growl was heard, and a black bear trotted out of the wood. The dwarf jumped up in great fright, but he hadn't time to escape down his hole, for the bear was already close to him. Then he cried in terror, "Dear Mr. Bear, spare me! I'll give you all my treasure. Look at those beautiful precious stones lying there. Spare my life! What pleasure would you get from a poor feeble fellow like me? You won't feel me between your teeth. There, lay hold of these two wicked girls. They will be a tender morsel for you, as fat as young quails. Eat them up, for heaven's sake." But the bear, paying no attention to his words, gave the evil little creature one blow with his paw, and he never moved again. The girls had run away, but the bear called after them, "Snow White and Rose Red, don't be afraid. Wait, and I'll come with you." Then they recognized his voice and stood still, and when the bear was quite close to them, his skin suddenly fell off, and a beautiful man stood beside them, all dressed in gold. "I am a king's son," he said, "and have been doomed by that unholy little dwarf who had stolen my treasure to roam about the woods as a wild bear till his death should set me free. Now he has got his well-merited punishment." In due course, when the girls were old enough, Snow White married the prince, who had been a bear, and Rose Red his brother, and they divided the great treasure the dwarf had collected in his cave between them. The old mother lived for many years peacefully with her children, and she carried the 2 rose trees with her, and they stood in front of her window, and every year they bore the finest red and white roses. And that was the story of Snow White and Rose Red by the Brothers Grimm. And Bertie says that we have very lightly adapted the Andrew Lang version from his Blue Fairy book, which was published in the year 1889. We do hope that you enjoyed this rather charming story. And don't forget, there are many other fairy tales and stories on storynori.com. Bertie's also asked me to tell you about a new app called Hare Radio. It makes it super easy to listen to our stories in your car. Hare Radio can turn Story Nori into a preset on your car radio. It also lets you listen to your Facebook and Twitter feeds while you drive, and it can read out local restaurant reviews. It's a new type of internet radio, so why not give it a try? For now, from me, Natasha.
Frog Prince
Bye-bye.
by the Brothers Grimm. Hello, this is Natasha, and Prince Bertie the Frog has commanded me to tell you a story that is very close to his heart. It's all about a frog who loved a princess, but she didn't love him back because he was just a frog. And if you've been listening to Story Nori, you'll know that Bertie has similar troubles too, which is why he wants to hear this story again, to see if he can pick up any useful tips. In olden times, when if you made a wish, it would always come true, there lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so beautiful that the sun itself, which has seen so much, was astonished whenever it shone in her face. Close by the king's castle lay a great dark forest, and under an old lime tree in the forest was a well. And when the day was very warm, the king's child went out into the forest and sat down by the side of the cool fountain. And when she was dull, she took a golden ball and threw it up on high and caught it. And this ball was her favourite playing thing. Now it so happened that on one occasion the princess's golden ball did not fall into the little hand which she was holding up for it, but onto the ground beyond, and rolled straight into the water. The king's daughter followed it with her eyes, but it vanished, and the well was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. On this she began to cry, and cry louder and louder, and could not be comforted. And as she was complaining, someone said to her, "What troubles you, king's daughter? You weep so that even a stone would show pity." She looked round to the side from whence the voice came, and saw a frog stretching forth its thick, ugly head from the water. "Ah, old water splasher, is it you?" said she. "I am weeping for my golden ball, which has fallen into the well." "Be quiet, and do not weep," answered the frog. "I can help thee." "But what wilt thou give me?" "Whatever you will have, dear frog," said she. "My clothes, my pearls and jewels, and even the golden crown which I'm wearing." The frog answered, "I do not care for clothes, thy pearls and jewels, or thy golden crown. But if you will love me, and let me be thy companion and playfellow, and sit by thee at thy little table, and eat off thy little golden plate, and drink out of thy little cup, and sleep in thy bed, if thou wilt promise me this, I will go down below, and bring thee thy golden ball up again." "Oh yes," said she, "I promise thee all you wish, if you will but bring my ball back again." She, however, thought, "How silly that frog does talk. He lives in the water with the other frogs and croaks, and can be no companion to any human being." But the frog, when he had received this promise, put his head into the water and sank down, and in a short while came swimming up again with the ball in his mouth, and threw it onto the grass. The king's daughter was delighted to see her pretty plaything once more, and picked it up and ran away with it. "Wait, wait," said the frog. "Take me with thee." But what did it avail him to scream his croak, croak after her as loudly as he could? She did not listen to it, but ran home and soon forgot the poor frog, who was forced to go back into his well once more. The next day, when she had seated herself at table with the king and all the courtiers, and was eating from her little golden plate, something came creeping splish, splash, up the marble staircase, and when it had got to the top, it knocked at the door and cried, "Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me." She ran to see who was outside, but when she opened the door, there sat the frog in front of it. Then she slammed the door to in great haste, sat down to dinner again, and was quite frightened.
"My child, what art thou so afraid of? Is there perchance a giant outside who wants to carry thee away?"
"Ah, no," replied she. "It is no giant, but a disgusting frog."
"What does a frog want with you?"
"Ah, dear father, yesterday, as I was in the forest sitting by the well playing, my golden ball fell into the water, and because I cried so, the frog brought it out again for me, and because he so insisted, I promised him he should be my companion, but I never thought he would be able to come out of his water. And now he is outside there, and wants to come into me." In the meantime, it knocked a second time and cried, "Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me. Dost thou not know what thou said to me yesterday by the cool waters of the fountain? Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me." Then said the king, "That which you have promised you must do. Go and let him in." She went and opened the door, and the frog hopped in and followed her, step by step, to her chair. There he sat and cried, "Lift me up beside you." She delayed, until at last the king commanded her to do it. When the frog was once on the chair, he wanted to be on the table, and when he was on the table, he said, "Now push your little golden plate nearer to me, that we may eat together." She did this, but it was easy to see that she did not do it willingly. The frog enjoyed what he ate, but almost every mouthful she took choked her. At length he said, "I have eaten and am satisfied. Now I am tired. Carry me into thy little room and make thy little silken bed ready, and we will both lie down and go to sleep." The king's daughter began to cry, for she was afraid of the cold frog, which she did not like to touch, and which was now to sleep in her pretty, clean little bed. But the king grew angry and said, "He who helped thee when thou wert in trouble ought not afterwards to be despised by thee." So she took hold of the frog with 2 fingers, carried him upstairs, and put him in the corner. But when she was in bed, he crept up to her and said, "I am tired. and want to sleep as well as thou. Lift me up, or I will tell thy father." Then she was terribly angry, and took him and threw him with all her might against the wall. "Now you will be quiet, you horrible little frog," said she. But when he fell down, he was no frog, but a king's son with beautiful kind eyes. He, by her father's will, was now her dear companion and husband. Then he told her how he had been bewitched by a wicked witch, and how no one could have delivered him from the well but herself, and that tomorrow they would go together to his kingdom. Then they went to sleep, and next morning when the sun awoke them, a carriage came driving up with 8 white horses, which had white ostrich feathers on their heads, and were harnessed with golden chains. And behind stood the young king's servant, Faithful Henry. Faithful Henry had been so unhappy when his master was changed into a frog, that he had caused 3 iron bands to be laid round his heart, in case it should burst with grief and sadness. The carriage was to conduct the young king into his kingdom. Faithful Henry helped them both in, and placed himself behind again, and was full of joy because of this wonderful end to their troubles. And when they had driven a part of the way, the king's son heard a cracking behind him as if something had broken. So he turned round and cried, "Henry, the carriage is breaking." "No, master, it is not the carriage. It is a band from my heart, which was put there in my great pain when you were a frog and imprisoned in the well." Again and once again, while they were on their way, something cracked, and each time the king's son thought the carriage was breaking. But it was only the bands which were springing from the heart of the faithful Henry, because his master was set free and was happy. And that was the story, Nori, of the Frog Prince. Bertie is dreaming that something like that might happen to him one day. Perhaps the lovely Princess Beatrice will come down to the pond, and her golden ball will roll into the water and get all covered with green slime, and Bertie will clean it for her. Colin the Carp, who is a rather grumpy fish, says,
"Dream on, Bertie."
As it happens, there are a few other stories about frogs at storynori.com, and loads of tales about princesses and magic and other things that happen in stories. There are even 1 or 2 stories about fish, and Colin thinks those are terribly romantic and exciting. So next time you're on the net, drop by at storynori.com and listen to a few. Until then, from me, Natasha,
and
bye-bye.
the 40 Thieves. Hi everybody, my name is Natasha, and I've been commanded by His Royal Highness Prince Bertie the Frog to tell you the story Nori of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. But first, here's a piece of gossip I picked up about Bertie and his friends. As it happens, it was a bit of a gloomy and rainy day down in the pond. Bertie was trying to think of a trick to play on Colin the Carp, but was finding it a bit difficult. Just then, Barker the dog ran up to the pond. "Woof, woof," said Barker. "Oh no," said Tim the Tadpole. "Barker's stolen some sausages from the kitchen." And sure enough, 3 fat, juicy sausages were hanging from Barker's mouth. Now, Bertie was a bit nervous of Barker, because he was a very big and bouncy dog, which was all very well when you're a prince, but is a bit scary when you're just a frog. But if there was one thing that Bertie was even more afraid of than Barker, it was the palace cook. Do you know why Bertie was afraid of the palace cook? You haven't heard? Well, I'd better explain. You see, when Bertie used to be a prince, sometimes he would get a bit peckish. and he used to creep into the kitchen and take some biscuits and some cake and sometimes even some chocolates. The cook would get very cross and chase him out of the kitchen with a rolling pin in her hand. So when Bertie saw Barker drop the sausages by the pond, and he saw the cook running down the path, he was a bit afraid, because the cook might think he had stolen them.
"Where's that stupid dog?" shouted the cook.
"Woof, woof," said Barker, running away and leaving the sausages behind.
"Quick, Tim, hide those sausages," croaked Bertie.
"I haven't got any legs," squeaked Tim.
Colin, hide the sausages," croaked Bertie to Colin the carp.
"I haven't got any legs either," said Colin. "Anyway, I don't like sausages."
"Oh no," said Bertie. "We're going to be in so much trouble." "Well, Bertie, why are you looking so worried today?" said Sadie the Swan, gliding across the pond.
"I'm fine," said Bertie. "But I must say, you look very pretty today, Sadie."
Sadie blushed a little, but you couldn't really tell because, of course, her feathers don't change colour. "How kind you are, Bertie," she said. "Truly a gentleman amongst pond life."
"Could you just sit over there by the side of the pond so I can admire you?" said Bertie.
And Sadie climbed out of the pond and sat down right on top of the sausages. So even when the cook searched and searched, she could not find the sausages, and she couldn't blame Bertie or Barker or any of the rest of the pond life. And Barker was so pleased when he got his sausages again. He promised not to jump into the pond and splash everybody, at least for a whole week. Now, as it happens, today's story is all about stealing things. Not that you should ever steal things, not even chocolates from the kitchen. So do you want to hear Bertie's story Nori for today? Do you really? Very well. Listen quietly, and I will tell you the story Nori of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves from a book called The 1001 Arabian Nights. In a town in Persia, there lived two brothers, one named Qasim, the other Alibaba. Qasim was married to a rich wife and lived in luxury, while Alibaba had to maintain his wife and children by cutting wood in a neighbouring forest and selling it in the town. One day, when Alibaba was in the forest, he saw a troop of men on horseback coming toward him in a cloud of dust. He was afraid they were robbers and climbed into a tree for safety. When they came up to him and dismounted, he counted 40 of them. They unbridled their horses and tied them to trees. The finest man among them, whom Alibaba took to be their captain, went a little way among some bushes and said, "Open, sesame!" so plainly that Alibaba heard him. A door opened in the rocks, and having made the troop go in, he followed them, and the door shut again of itself. They stayed inside some time, and Alibaba, fearing they might come out and catch him, was forced to sit patiently in the tree. At last the door opened again, and the 40 thieves came out. As the captain went in last, he came out first and made them all pass by him. He then closed the door, saying, "Shut, sesame!" Every man bridled his horse and mounted. The captain put himself at their head, and they returned as they came. Then Alibaba climbed down and went to the door concealed amongst the bushes and said, "Open, sesame!" And it flew open. Alibaba, who expected a dull, dismal place, was greatly surprised to find it large and well lighted, hollowed by the hand of a man in the form of a vault, which received light from an opening in the ceiling. He saw rich bales of merchandise, silk, stuffed brocades all piled together, and gold and silver in heaps, and money in leather purses. He went in, and the door shut behind him. He did not look at the silver, but brought out as many bags of gold as he thought his asses, which were browsing outside, could carry, loaded them with bags, and hid all with faggots. Using the words, "Shut, sesame," he closed the door and went home. Then he drove his asses into the yard, shut the gates, carried the money bags to his wife, and emptied them out before her. He bade her keep the secret, and he would go and bury the gold. "Let me first measure it," said his wife. "I will go borrow a measure of someone while you dig the hole." So she ran to the wife of Cassim and borrowed a measure. Knowing Alibaba's poverty, the sister was curious to find out what sort of grain his wife wished to measure, and artfully put some toffee at the bottom of the measure. Alibaba's wife went home and set the measure on the heap of gold and filled it and emptied it often to her great content. She then carried it back to her sister without noticing that a piece of gold was sticking to it, which Cassim's wife noticed directly as soon as her back was turned. She grew very curious and said to Cassim when he came home, "Cassim, your brother is richer than you. He does not count his money, he measures it." He begged her to explain this riddle, which she did by showing him the piece of money and telling him where she found it. Then Cassim grew so envious that he could not sleep, and went to his brother in the morning before sunrise. "Alibaba," he said, showing him the gold piece, "you pretend to be poor, and yet you measure gold." By this Alibaba perceived that through his wife's folly, Cassim and his wife knew their secret, so he confessed all and offered Cassim a share. "That I accept," said Cassim, "but I must know where to find the treasure, otherwise I will discover all, and you will lose all." Alibaba, more out of kindness than fear, told him of the cave and the very words to use. Cassim left Alibaba, meaning to get the treasure for himself. He rose early next morning and set out with 10 mules loaded with great chests. He soon found the place and the door in the rock. He said, "Open, sesame!" And the door opened and shut behind him. He could have feasted his eyes all day on the treasures, but he now hastened to gather together as much of it as possible. But when he was ready to go, he could not remember what to say for thinking of his great riches. Instead of sesame, he said, "Open, barley," and the door remained fast. He named several different sorts of grain, all but the right one, and the door still stuck fast. He was so frightened about the danger he was in that he had as much forgotten the world as if he had never heard it. About noon the robbers returned to their cave and saw Cassim's mules roving about with great chests on their backs. This gave them the alarm. They drew their sabres and went to the door, which opened on their captain saying, "Open, sesame!" Cassim, who had heard the trampling of their horses' feet, resolved to sell his life dearly. So when the door opened, he leapt out and threw the captain down. In vain, however, the robbers with their sabres soon killed him. On entering the cave, they saw all the bags laid ready, and could not imagine how anyone had got in without knowing their secret. They cut Cassim's body into 4 quarters, in order to frighten anyone who should venture in, and went away in search of more treasure. As night drew, Cassim's wife grew very uneasy, and ran to her brother-in-law and told him where her husband had gone. Alibaba did his best to comfort her, and set out to the forest in search of Cassim. The first thing he saw on entering the cave was his dead brother. Full of horror, he put the body on one of his asses, and bags of gold on the other 2, and covering all with some faggots, returned home. He drove the 2 asses laden with gold into his own yard, and led the other 2 to Cassim's house. The door was opened by the slave Morgiana, whom he knew to be both brave and cunning. Unloading the ass, he said to her, "This is the body of your master, who has been murdered, but whom we must bury as though he had died in his bed. I will speak with you again, but now tell your mistress I am come." The wife of Cassim, on learning the fate of her husband, broke out into tears and cries. But Alibaba offered to take her to live with him and his wife, whereupon she agreed and dried her eyes. Morgiana, meanwhile, sought a doctor and asked him for some lozenges. "My poor master," she said, "can neither speak nor eat." She carried home the lozenges and returned next day weeping, and asked for an essence only given to those just about to die. Thus in the evening no one was surprised to hear the wretched shrieks and cries of Cassim's wife and Morgiana, telling everyone that Cassim was dead. The next day, after Morgiana went to an old cobbler near the gates of the town, who opened his stall early, put a piece of gold in his hand, and bade him follow her with his needle and thread. Having bound his eyes with the handkerchief, she took him to the room where the body lay, pulled off the bandage, and bade him sew the quarters together, after which she covered his eyes again and led him home. Then they buried Cassim, and Morgiana, his slave, followed him to the grave, weeping and tearing her hair, while Cassim's wife stayed at home, uttering lamentable cries. Next day she went to live with Alibaba, who gave Cassim's shop to his eldest son. The 40 thieves, on their return to the cave, were much astonished to find Cassim's body gone, and some of their money bags. "We are certainly discovered," said the captain, "and shall be undone if we cannot find out who it is that knows our secret. 2 men must have known it. We have killed one, we must now find the other. To this end, one of you who is bold and artful must go into the city dressed as a traveller, and discover whom we have killed, and whether men talk of the strange manner of his death. If the messenger fails, he must lose his life, lest we be betrayed." One of the thieves started up and offered to do this, and after the rest had highly commended him for his bravery, he disguised himself, and happened to enter the town at daybreak, just by Baba Mustapha's stall. The thief bade him good day, saying, "Honest man, how can you possibly see to stitch at your age?" "Old as I am," replied the cobbler, "I have very good eyes, and will you believe me when I tell you that I sewed a dead body together in a place where I had less light than I have now?" The robber was overjoyed at his good fortune, and giving him a piece of gold, desired to be shown the house where he stitched up the dead body. At first Mustapha refused, saying that he had been blindfolded. But when the robber gave him another piece of gold, he began to think he might remember the turnings if blindfolded as before. This means succeeded. The robber partly led him, and was partly guided by him, right in front of Cassim's house, the door of which the robber marked with a piece of chalk. Then, well pleased, he bade farewell to Baba Mustapha and returned to the forest. By and by, Morgiana, going out, saw the mark the robber had made, quickly guessed that some mischief was brewing, and fetching a piece of chalk, marked 2 or 3 doors on each side. The thief, meantime, told his comrades of his discovery. The captain thanked him, and bade him show him the house he had marked. But when they came to it, they saw that 5 or 6 of the houses were chalked in the same manner. The guide was so confused that he knew not what answer to make, and when they returned he was at once beheaded for having failed. Another robber was sent out, and having won over Baba Mustapha, marked the house in red chalk. But as Morgiana was again too clever for them, the second messenger was put to death also. The captain now resolved to go himself, but, wiser than the others, he did not mark the house, but looked at it so closely that he could not fail to remember it. He returned and ordered his men to go into the neighbouring villages and buy 19 mules and 38 leather jars, all empty except one, which was full of oil. The captain put one of his men, fully armed, into each, rubbing the outside of the jars with oil. Then the 19 mules were loaded with 37 robbers in jars, and the jar of oil, and reached the town by dusk. The captain stopped his mules in front of Alibaba's house, and said to Alibaba, who was sitting outside for coolness, "I have brought some oil from a distance to sell at tomorrow's market, but it is now so late that I know not where to pass the night, unless you will do me the favour to take me in." Though Alibaba had seen the captain of the robbers in the forest, he did not recognize him in the disguise of an oil merchant. He bade him welcome, opened his gates for the mules to enter, and went to Morgiana to bid her prepare a bed and supper for his guest. He brought the stranger into his hall, and after they had supped, went again to speak to Morgiana in the kitchen, while the captain went into the yard under pretence of seeing after his mules, but really to tell his men what to do. Beginning at the first jar, and ending at the last, he said to each man, "As soon as I throw some stones from the window of the chamber where I lie, cut the jars open with your knives and come out, and I will be with you in a trice." He returned to the house, and Morgiana led him to his chamber. She then told Abdullah, her fellow slave, to set on the pot some broth for her master, who had gone to bed. Meanwhile her lamp went out, and she had no more oil in the house. "Do not be uneasy," said Abdullah. "Go into the yard and take some out of one of those jars." Morgiana thanked him for his advice, took the oil pot, and went into the yard. When she came to the first jar, the robber inside said softly, "Is it time?" Any other slave but Morgiana, on finding a man in the jar instead of the oil she wanted, would have screamed and made a noise. But she, knowing the danger her master was in, bethought herself of a plan, and answered quietly, "Not yet, but presently." She went to all the jars, giving the same answer, till she came to the jar of oil. She now saw that her master, thinking to entertain an oil merchant, had let 38 robbers into his house. She filled her oil pot, went back to the kitchen, and having lit her lamp, went again to the oil jar and filled a large kettle full of oil. When it boiled, she went and poured enough oil into every jar to stifle and kill the robber inside. When this brave deed was done, she went back to the kitchen, put out the fire and the lamp, and waited to see what would happen. In a quarter of an hour, the captain of the robbers awoke, got up and opened the window. As all seemed quiet, he threw down some little pebbles which hit the jars. He listened, and as none of his men seemed to stir, he grew quite uneasy and went down into the yard. On going to the first jar and saying, "Are you asleep?" he smelt the hot boiled oil and knew at once that his plot to murder Alibaba and his household had been discovered. He found all the gang was dead, and missing the oil out of the last jar, became aware of the manner of their death. He then forced the lock of a door leading into the garden, climbed over several walls, and made his escape. Morgiana heard and saw all this, and rejoicing at her success, went to bed and fell asleep. At daybreak Alibaba arose, and seeing the oil jar still there, asked why the merchant had not gone with his mules. Morgiana bade him look in the first jar and see if there was any oil. Seeing a man, he started back in terror. "Have no fear," said Morgiana. "The man cannot harm you. He is dead." Alibaba, when he had recovered somewhat from his astonishment, asked what had become of the merchant. "Merchant," said she, "he is no more merchant than I am." And she told him the whole story, assuring him that it was a plot of the robbers of the forest, of whom only 3 were left, and that the white and red chalk marks had something to do with it. Alibaba at once gave Morgiana her freedom, saying that he owed her his life. Then they buried the bodies in Alibaba's garden, while the mules were sold in the market by his slaves. The captain returned to his lonely cave, which seemed frightful to him without his lost companions, and firmly resolved to avenge them by killing Alibaba. He dressed himself carefully and went into town, where he took lodgings in an inn. In the course of a great many journeys to the forest, he carried away many rich stuffs and much fine linen, and set up a shop opposite that of Alibaba's son. He called himself Khoja Hassan, and as he was both civil and well-dressed, he soon made friends with Alibaba's son, and through him with Alibaba, whom he was continually asking to sup with him. Alibaba, wishing to return his kindness, invited him into his house, and received him smiling, thanking him for his kindness to his son. When the merchant was about to take his leave, Alibaba stopped him, saying, "Where are you going, sir, in such a haste? Will you not stay and sup with me?" The merchant refused, saying that he had a reason, and on Alibaba's asking him what that was, he replied, it is, sir, that I can eat no food that has salt in it." "If that is all," said Alibaba, "let me tell you that there shall be no salt in either the meat or the bread that we eat tonight." He went to give this order to Morgiana, who was much surprised. "Who is this man," said she, "who eats no salt with his meat?" "He is an honest man, Morgiana," returned her master. "Therefore do as I bid you." But she could not withstand a desire to see this strange man, so she helped Abdullah to carry up the dishes, and saw in a moment that Khoja Hassan was the robber captain, and carried a dagger under his robes. "I am not surprised," she said to herself, "that this wicked man, who intends to kill my master, will eat no salt with him, but I will hinder his plans." She sent up the supper by Abdullah, while she made ready for one of the boldest acts that could be thought on. When the dessert had been served, Khoja Hassan was left alone with Alibaba and his son, whom he thought to make drunk, and then to murder them. Morgiana, meanwhile, put on a headdress like a dancing girl's, and clasped a belt round her waist, from which hung a dagger with a silver hilt. And she said to Abdullah, "Take your guitar, and let us go and divert our master and his guest." Abdullah took his guitar and played before Morgiana until they came to the door, where Abdullah stopped playing, and Morgiana made a low curtsy. "Come in, Morgiana," said Alibaba, "and let Khoja Hassan see what you can do." And turning to Khoja Hassan, he said, "She's my slave and my housekeeper." Khoja Hassan was by no means pleased, for he feared that his chance of killing Alibaba was gone for the present. But he pretended eagerness to see Morgiana, and Abdallah began to play and Morgiana to dance. After she had performed several dances, she drew her dagger and made passes with it, sometimes pointing it at her own breast, sometimes at her master's, as if it were part of the dance. Suddenly, out of breath, She snatched the guitar from Abdallah with her left hand, and holding the dagger in her right hand, held out the guitar to her master. Alibaba and his son put a piece of gold into it, and Khoja Hassan, seeing that she was coming to him, pulled out his purse to make her a present. But while he was putting his hand into it, Morgiana plunged the dagger into his heart. "Unhappy girl!" cried Alibaba and his son. "What have you done to ruin us?" "It was to preserve you, master, not to ruin you," answered Morgiana. "See here." Opening the false merchant's garment and showing the dagger. "See what an enemy you have entertained. Remember he would eat no salt with you. And what more would you have? Look at him. He is both the false oil merchant and the captain of 40 thieves." Alibaba was so grateful to Morgiana for thus saving his life that he offered her to his son in marriage, who readily consented. And after a few days, the wedding was celebrated with greatest splendour. At the end of the year, Alibaba, hearing nothing of the 2 remaining robbers, judged that they were dead and set out to the cave. The door opened on his saying, "Open, Sesame!" He went in and saw that nobody had been there since the captain left it. He brought away as much gold as he could carry and returned to the town. He told his son the secret of the cave, which his son handed down in his turn. So the children and grandchildren of Alibaba were rich to the end of their lives. And that was the story Nori of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves from the 1001 Arabian Nights. I thought it was very exciting. Did you? If you would like to find out more about Bertie and his friends, you can drop by and visit him on his website at storynori.com. While you are there, you can also drop into Bertie's online shop. I'll be back with another Story Nori soon. Until then, from me, Natasha.
Hello,
Bye
this is
bye.
Natasha, and I'm dropping by to tell you a story from Norway about 3 billy goats and a great big fierce troll who wanted to gobble them up. Prince Bertie's friend Tim the Tadpole especially requested this story because it's small but significant, just like him. Once upon a time, there were 3 billy goats who were to go up to the hillside to eat grass and make themselves fat. The name of each one of them was Gruff. On the way up was a bridge over a cascading stream which they had to cross, and under the bridge lived a great, ugly troll, with eyes as big as saucers and a nose as long as a poker. So first of all came the youngest billy goat Gruff to cross the bridge. Trip-trap, 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 went the bridge as he trotted across.
"Who's that tripping over my bridge?"
roared the troll.
Oh, it is only I, the tiniest billy goat Gruff, and I'm going up to the hillside to make myself fat, said the billy goat with such a small voice.
"Now I'm going to gobble you up,"
said the troll. "Oh, no! Pray don't take me. I'm too little, that I am," said the billy goat. "Wait a bit till the second billy goat Gruff comes. He's much bigger."
"Well, be off with you,"
said the troll. A little while after came the second billy goat Gruff to cross the bridge. Trip, trap, trip, trap, trip, trap, trap, went the bridge.
"Who's that tripping over my bridge?"
said the troll. "Oh,
It's the second billy goat gruff, and I'm going up to the hillside to make myself fat," said the billy goat, who hadn't such a small voice.
"Now I'm going to gobble you up," said the troll.
"Oh no, don't take me. Wait a little till the big billy goat gruff comes. He's much bigger."
"Very well. Be off with you,"
said the troll. But just then came the big billy goat gruff.
Trip, trap, trip, trap, trap, trip, trap, trap, trap,
went the bridge, for the billy goat was so heavy that the bridge creaked and groaned under him.
"Who's that tramping over my bridge?"
roared the troll.
"It is I, the big billy goat gruff,"
said the billy goat, who had an ugly hoarse voice of its own.
"Now I'm coming to gobble you up,"
roared the troll.
"Well, come along. I've got 2 spears, and I'll poke your eyeballs out at your ears. I've got, besides, 2 curling stones, and I'll crush you to bits, body and bones."
That was what the big billy goat said, and then he flew at the troll and poked his eyes out with his horns and crushed him to bits, body and bones, and tossed him out into the ravine. And after that he went up to the hillside. There the billy goats got so fat that they were scarcely able to walk home again. And if the fat hasn't fallen off them, why, they're still fat. And so, snip, snap, snout, this tale is out. Wow, Tim says that was exciting. And now he wants to hear it all over again before he goes to bed. Well, Tim, maybe we'll just have to wait for another night to hear that one. In the meantime, if you want to hear more stories, you can find loads and loads of them all at storynori.com. For now, from me, Natasha, bye-bye. Hello, everybody. My name is Natasha, and His Royal Highness Prince Bertie the Frog has commanded me to tell you the story, Nori, of the Gingerbread Man. It's a story about a little piece of gingerbread who had legs and could run very fast. Now, as you may know, Bertie lives on a pond where none of the creatures can hardly run at all. Tim the tadpole is too young to have any legs. Colin the carp can only swim, and Bertie hops and swims. So they are all very curious to hear how a piece of gingerbread can run. Once upon a time, there was an old man and an old woman and a little boy. One morning, the old woman made some gingerbread in the shape of a man. She added icing for his hair and clothes, and little blobs of dough for his nose and eyes. When she put him in the oven to bake, she said to the little boy, "You watch the gingerbread man, while your grandfather and I go out and work in the garden." So the old man and the old woman went out and began to dig potatoes, and left the little boy to tend the oven. And he started to daydream, and didn't watch it all the time. And all of a sudden, he heard a noise, and he looked up, and the oven door popped open, and out of the oven jumped the gingerbread man, and went rolling along end over end toward the open door of the house. The little boy ran after him as fast as he could manage, crying out to his grandparents, who heard the noise and threw down their spades in the garden and gave chase too. But the gingerbread man outran all 3 a long way
and was soon out of sight, while they had to sit down all out of breath on a bank to rest. On went the gingerbread man, and by he came to 2 men digging a well, who looked up from their work and called out, "Where are ye going, gingerbread man?" he said. "I've outrun an old man and an old woman and a little boy, and I can outrun you too." "You can you? We'll see about that," said they, and they threw down their picks and ran after him, but couldn't catch up with him, and soon they had to sit down by the roadside to rest. On ran the gingerbread man, and by he came to 2 men digging a ditch. "Where are you going, gingerbread man?" said they. He said, "I've outrun an old man and an old woman and a little boy and 2 well diggers, and I can outrun you too." "You can you? We'll see about that," said they, and they threw down their spades and ran after him too. But the gingerbread man soon outstripped them also, and seeing that they could never catch him, they gave up the chase and sat down to rest. On went the gingerbread man, and by he came to a bear. The bear said, "Where are you going, gingerbread man?" he said. "I've outrun an old man and an old woman and a little boy and 2 well diggers and 2 ditch diggers, and I can outrun you too." "Oh, you can you?" growled the bear. "We'll see about that," and trotted as fast as his legs could carry him after the gingerbread man, who never stopped to look behind him. Before long, the bear was left so far behind that he thought he might as well give up the hunt sooner rather than later. So he stretched himself out by the roadside to rest. On went the gingerbread man, and by he came to a wolf. The wolf said, "Where are you going, gingerbread man?" "I've outrun an old man and an old woman and a little boy and 2 well diggers and 2 ditch diggers and a bear, and I can outrun you too." "You can you?" snarled the wolf. "We'll see about that." And he set into a gallop after the gingerbread man, who went on and on so fast that the wolf too saw there was no hope of overtaking him, and he too lay down to rest. On went the gingerbread man, and by he came to a fox that lay quietly in a corner of the fence. The fox called out in a sharp voice, but without getting up. "Where are you going, gingerbread man?" he said. "I've outrun an old man and an old woman and a little boy and 2 well diggers and 2 ditch diggers and a bear and a wolf, and I can outrun you too." The fox said, "I can't quite hear you, gingerbread man. Won't you come a little closer?" turning his head a little to one side. The gingerbread man stopped his race for the first time and went a little closer and called out in a very loud voice, "I've outrun an old man and an old woman and a little boy and 2 well diggers and 2 ditch diggers and a bear and a wolf, and I can outrun you too." "Can't quite hear you. Won't you come a little closer?" said the fox in a feeble voice, as he stretched out his neck towards Gingerbread Man and put one paw behind his ear. The Gingerbread Man came up close, and leaning towards the fox screamed out, I've outrun an old man and an old woman and a little boy and 2 well diggers and 2 ditch diggers and a bear and a wolf, and I can outrun you too." "You can you?" yelped the fox, and he snapped up the gingerbread man in his sharp teeth in the twinkling of an eye. And that was the story, Nori, of the gingerbread man. I think that the ending is rather sad, but Bertie doesn't agree. He says that gingerbread is extremely tasty, and he doesn't blame that fox at all for wanting to eat it. Anyway, I'll be back with another story Nori soon. In the meantime, you can find loads more stories and poems on storynori.com. Most of them have happy endings, but they are all absolutely free. So tell all your friends to visit storynori.com. For now, from me, Natasha,
The
bye
Golden
bye.
Goose by the Brothers Grimm. Hello, this is Natasha, and I am dropping by with the tale of The Golden Goose by the Brothers Grimm. Bertie says that if you've heard Lazy Jack on Story Nori, you'll notice that there are a few things in this tale that are a bit similar. But in other ways, it's also quite different. So see if you can spot what's the same and what's not. Once upon a time, there lived a woodcutter and his wife who had 3 sons. The eldest 2 were strong and tall, and their mother and father were always telling them how handsome and clever they were. But the youngest son was, to tell you the truth, just a bit simple in the head. He wasn't very tall, and he wasn't very strong, and his family thought he was good for nothing. They hardly ever called him by his real name, but instead they gave him a cruel nickname. They called him Dummy, because they said he was stupid. One day, the eldest son wanted to go to the forest to cut wood. The mother praised him for being such a useful boy, and before he set out, she gave him some of her best fruitcake for his lunch and a bottle of wine to wash it down. While the boy was walking through the forest, he met a little grey old man who said to him, "Do give me a little piece of your cake and a swig of your wine. I'm so terribly hungry and thirsty." And the eldest son replied, "Be off with you, you filthy old beggar." And the little grey old man went away, but not without taking his revenge. He put a curse on the boy, so that when he started to cut down a tree, his axe slipped and went into his leg. The boy limped home to his mother, who washed his wound and bandaged him. The next day, the second eldest son went out into the forest to cut wood. Before he set out, his mother praised him for being such a useful boy, but especially asked him to be careful with the axe, so as not to have a nasty accident like his brother. The boy promised not to be careless, and his mother gave him some of her best sponge cake for his lunch, and a bottle of wine to wash it down with. It happened that as the boy was walking through the woods, he came across the same little grey old man. The man said to him, "Do please share your sponge cake and your wine with me, for I am so terribly weak with hunger and thirst." And the boy said, "Be off with you, you lazy old scoundrel. If you want to eat, you'd better work." And the little grey old man went away, but not without taking his revenge. Not long after, when the boy was cutting down a tree, his axe flew out of his hand and hit him on the head. He crawled home to his mother, who bandaged up his wound and asked him why he had not kept his promise to be more careful. For the rest of the week, the 2 eldest sons were both lying in bed recovering from their wounds. The father said to the 3rd and youngest son,
"Get on your feet, you lazy dummy. Why are you sitting around doing nothing when both brothers are hurt and unable to work? Get out to the forest and cut some wood, if you're not too stupid to do that."
The mother laughed at him and said,
"It's more likely that Dummy will cut his own head off, but it won't be much of a loss to anyone."
And before he left, she gave him some cake that she had burnt almost to a crust in the oven, and a bottle of sour beer to wash it down. As the youngest boy was going through the woods, he met the same little grey old man who had crossed the path of his brothers. The man said to him,
"Do please share some of your cake and beer with me. I am so terribly hungry and thirsty, and I fear that if I don't have something to eat and drink soon, I will surely die."
The young boy replied, "Old man, I will gladly share with you what I have, but the cake is burnt and the beer is sour."
"Never mind that," said the man. "I am grateful for what you can give me."
And the boy and the little grey old man sat down and shared the cake and the beer. After they had finished their lunch, the man said,
"Since you have a good heart and have shared what you have with me, I will give you a reward. You see that tree over there? Cut it down with your axe, and you will find something of value inside its hollow trunk."
And so, when the little grey old man had left, the young boy, whose parents called him Dummy, took his axe and cut down the hollow tree just as he had been told. Inside he found a goose, but this was no ordinary bird, for its feathers were made of gold. The boy realised that he was in luck and thought to himself, "Why should I go home now and suffer the insults of my parents and brothers? They will take this valuable bird from me, and I shall have nothing." And so the boy decided to run away from home. He put the golden goose under his arm and set out for the town. Then he went to the inn, intending to stay there. He stood at the bar and asked the innkeeper if he would accept a golden feather as payment for his board and lodgings. When the innkeeper saw the golden goose, he readily agreed. But after the boy had gone to bed, he said to his 3 daughters,
"That young boy, whose parents call him Dummy, is staying up in our guest room. But he can't be simple in the head as they say, for he's got a valuable bird with him, a goose with feathers made of gold."
The eldest daughter thought to herself, Well, fancy that. Feathers made of gold. I'll pluck 1 or maybe more of those for myself." After the clock struck midnight, she sneaked into the boy's room and saw that he was asleep with his arm around the golden goose. She crept up and tried to pluck a feather, but the feather wouldn't budge, and when she tried to take her hand away, she found that she was stuck to it. She couldn't move,
and she couldn't cry out for fear of waking the boy. She had to stay where she was, on her knees by the bed, with her hand on the feather. After the clock struck 1 in the morning, the second sister came into the room, planning to take 1 feather or more for herself. In the dark, she didn't see her sister, but as soon as she touched her back, she found that her hand was stuck fast to her, and she had to stay exactly where she was, not moving and not making a sound. After the clock struck 2 in the morning, the third sister came in. The other 2 shouted, "Stay back!" But it was too late. She reached out, hoping to steal the feather, and found that her hand was stuck to the middle sister. The boy and the goose slept soundly through all of this. In the morning, the boy got up, paid his bill with a golden feather, and left the inn with the goose under his arm. The sisters had no choice but to follow on behind him. A pretty procession they made. Along the way, they met the bishop.
"What a sight!"
he exclaimed.
"It's hardly right for 3 young women to follow a boy round like that."
And as the girls went past, he tapped the youngest on the shoulder. In doing so, he found that he was also stuck to her and had to follow. Further up the road, they met a police sergeant. The bishop called out to him,
"Sergeant, help me get free from this young woman's shoulder. I'm stuck to her, and people are bound to start all kind of gossip about it."
The police sergeant tried to pull the bishop free, but in doing so he found that both his hands stuck to his waist, and he had to follow along with the procession too. At the top of the road they met the mayor.
"What's this town coming to?"
cried the mayor.
"The bishop and the police sergeant following 3 young girls who are following a young boy, all holding on to each other in a most unseemly fashion. Have they all gone mad?"
As he spoke, he tried to pull the police sergeant and the bishop away, but in doing so, he found that he was stuck to both of them and had to follow on. The boy led the little line of townspeople up along the road, and at the top of the hill they passed the king's palace. Now the king's daughter was very beautiful, but she had the saddest face in the whole wide world. She had never laughed and not even once smiled. The king was so troubled by the young princess's unhappiness that he had made a special law. Whosoever could make her laugh and smile would win her hand in marriage. But the truth was that nothing very funny ever happened inside the royal palace. All the king's servants and advisers were far too high and mighty to understand what would make a young girl laugh, or indeed to allow anything amusing to happen at all. As the boy, known as Dummy, went past the palace, he still held the golden goose under his arm, and he was followed by the innkeeper's 3 daughters, the bishop, the police sergeant, and the mayor. The princess looked out and saw the important people in their uniforms being tugged along behind 3 girls and a boy with a goose, and she thought that it was the first thing she had seen in her life that was truly funny. She burst out laughing and ran, still giggling, to her father to tell him all about what she had seen. When the king looked out of his window and saw the procession, he couldn't help laughing himself. He sent for his guards and told them to bring the boy and his followers directly to him. When the boy entered the king's chamber with the followers behind him, the mayor, the bishop and the policeman
all called out angrily that he should pay for his crime with his head. The king, still laughing, said that on the contrary, he would be rewarded with the hand in marriage of his daughter, the princess. For an entire week after that, the innkeeper's 3 daughters, the bishop, the policeman, and the mayor were all stuck to the golden goose and to one another. And while they were stuck, all the townspeople and the whole court laughed and smiled at them. And the boy, whose family called him Dummy, married the princess and inherited the kingdom. He lived with his beautiful wife, and they had 6 happy, smiling children, and the palace was often filled with laughter. And that was the story of the Golden Goose by the Brothers Grimm. And don't forget, there are loads more stories on storynori.com. So until next time, from me, Natasha,
Once upon a
bye-bye.
time, there were 3 bears who lived together in a house of their own in a wood. One of them was a little, small, wee bear, and one was a middle-sized bear, and the other was a great, huge bear. One day, after they had made the porridge for their breakfast, they walked out into the woods while the porridge was cooling. And while they were walking, a little girl came into the house. This little girl had golden curls that tumbled down her back to her waist, and everyone called her Goldilocks. Goldilocks went inside. First she tasted the porridge of the great huge bear, and that was far too hot for her. And then she tasted the porridge of the middle bear, and that was too cold for her. And then she went to the porridge of the little small wee bear and tasted that. And that was neither too hot nor too cold, but just right. And she liked it so well that she ate it all up. Then Goldilocks went upstairs into the bedchamber, and first she lay down upon the bed of the great huge bear, and next she lay down upon the bed of the middle bear, and then she lay down upon the bed of the little small wee bear, and that was just right. So she covered herself up comfortably and lay there till she fell fast asleep. By this time the 3 bears thought their porridge would be cool enough, so they came home to breakfast. "Somebody has been at my porridge," said the great huge bear in his great gruff voice. "Somebody has been at my porridge," said the middle bear in his middle voice. And then the little small wee bear looked at his, but the porridge was all gone. "Somebody has been at my porridge and has eaten it all up," said the little small wee bear in his little small wee voice. Then the 3 bears went upstairs into their bedroom. "Somebody has been lying in my bed," said the great huge bear in his great rough, gruff voice. "Somebody has been lying in my bed," said the middle bear in his middle voice. And when the little small wee bear came to look at his bed, upon the pillow was a pool of golden curls, and the angelic face of a little girl snoring away fast asleep. "Somebody has been lying in my bed, and here she is," said the little small wee bear in his little small wee voice. Goldilocks jumped off the bed and ran downstairs, out through the door and along the garden path. She ran and she ran until she reached the house of her grandmamma. And when she told Granny all about the house where the 3 bears lived in the wood, Granny said, My, what a wild
Hansel and
imagination
Gretel.
you have, child."
Hi everybody, my name is Natasha, and I've been commanded by His Royal Highness Prince Bertie the Frog to tell you a story Nori. It's a rather scary story. Do you like rather scary stories? You won't be frightened, will you? Just a bit? Because you know, I think I'm going to be just a bit scared when I tell you about the wicked witch who liked to eat little children. So listen quietly, and I will tell you the story Nori of Hansel and Gretel
from Andrew Lang's Blue Fairy Book. Once upon a time, there lived on the outskirts of a large forest a poor woodcutter with his wife and 2 children. The boy was called Hansel and the girl Gretel. He always had very little money, even to buy food, and once, when times were really bad, they had to get by with 1 piece of bread and butter each day. One night, as he was tossing about in bed, full of cares and worry, he sighed and said to his wife, "What's to become of us? How are we to feed our poor children now that we have nothing more for ourselves?" "I tell you what, husband," answered the woman. "Early tomorrow morning we'll take the children out into the thickest part of the wood. There we shall light a fire for them and give them each a piece of bread. Then we'll go on to our work and leave them alone. They won't be able to find their way home, and we shall be rid of them." "No, wife," said her husband, "that I won't do. How could I find it in my heart to leave my children alone in the wood? The wild beasts would soon come and tear them to pieces." "Oh, you fool," said she, "then we must all 4 die of hunger, and you may just as well go and saw the wood for our coffins." And they argued and argued until he agreed that they must get rid of Hansel and Gretel. "But I can't help feeling sorry for the poor children," added the husband. The children, too, had not been able to sleep for hunger and had heard what their stepmother had said to her father. Gretel wept bitterly and spoke to Hansel. "Now it's all over for us." "No, no, Gretel," said Hansel. "Don't worry. I'll find a way to escape. No fear." And when the parents had fallen asleep, he got up, slipped on his little coat, opened the back door, and crept out. The moon was shining clearly, and the white pebbles which lay in front of the house glittered like bits of silver. Hansel bent down and filled his pocket with as many of them as he could cram in. Then he went back and said to Gretel, "It's all right, my dear little sister, and go to sleep. God will not desert us." And he lay down in bed again. At daybreak, even before the sun was up, the woman came and woke the 2 children. "Get up, you sleepyheads. We're all going to the forest to fetch wood." She gave them each a bit of bread and said, "There's something for your lunch, but don't you eat it up before lunchtime, because it's all you'll get." Gretel took the bread under her apron, as Hansel had the stones in his pocket. Then they all set out together on the way to the forest. After they had walked for a little, Hansel stood still and looked back at the house, and all the while he kept on holding back again and again. His father observed him and said, "Hansel, what are you gazing at there? And why do you always remain behind? Take care and don't lose your way." "Oh, father," said Hansel, "I'm looking back at my white kitten, which is sitting on the roof, waving me bye-bye." The woman exclaimed, "What a donkey you are! That isn't your kitten. That's the morning sun shining on the chimney." But Hansel had not looked back at his kitten. But each time he stopped, he had dropped one of the white pebbles out of his pocket to mark the way back home, so that he and little Gretel could not get lost in the woods. When they had reached the middle of the forest, the father said, "Now, children, go and fetch a lot of wood, and I'll light a fire that you may not feel cold." Hansel and Gretel heaped up brushwood till they had made a pile nearly the size of a small hill. The brushwood was set fire to, and when the flames leaped high, the woman said, "Now lie down at the fire, children, and rest yourselves. We are going into the forest to cut down wood. When we've finished, we'll come back and fetch you." But instead, the old parents crept back to their cottage, leaving the children behind. Hansel and Gretel sat down beside the fire, and at midday ate their little bits of bread. And when they had sat for a long time, their eyes closed with tiredness, and they fell fast asleep. When they awoke at last, it was pitch dark. Gretel began to cry and said, "How are we ever going to get out of the wood?" But Hansel comforted her. "Wait a bit," he said, "till the moon is up, and then we'll find our way sure enough." And when the full moon had risen, he took his sister by the hand and followed the pebbles, which shone like bright new coins, and showed them the path. They walked on through the night, and at daybreak reached their father's house again. They knocked at the door, and when the woman opened it, she exclaimed, "You naughty children! What a long time you've slept in the wood! We thought you were never going to come back." But the father rejoiced, for he felt guilty for leaving his children behind them. Not long afterward, there was again a great shortage of food in the land, and the children heard their mother speak to their father in bed one night like this: "Everything is eaten up once more. We have only half a loaf of bread in the house, and when that's done, it's all up with us. The children must be got rid of. We'll lead them deeper into the wood this time, so that they won't be able to find their way out again. There's no other way of saving ourselves." The man's heart felt heavy, and he thought, surely it would be better to share the last bite with one's children. But his wife wouldn't listen to his arguments, and they quarrelled for a long time until the old man finally agreed that the children had to be got rid of, although he was very sad about it. But the children were awake and had heard the conversation. When the old people were asleep, Hansel got up and wanted to go out and pick up pebbles again, as he had done the first time, but the woman had barred the door, and Hansel couldn't get out. But he consoled his little sister and said, "Don't cry, Gretel, and sleep peacefully, for God is sure to help us." At early dawn, the woman came and made the children get up. She gave them their bit of bread, but it was even smaller than the time before. On the way to the wood, Hansel crumbled it in his pocket, and every few minutes he stood still and dropped a crumb on the ground. "Hansel, what are you stopping and looking about you for?" said the father. "I'm looking back at my little pigeon, which is sitting on the roof waving me farewell," answered Hansel. "Fool!" said the wife. "That isn't your pigeon. It's the morning sun glittering on the chimney." But Hansel gradually threw all his crumbs on the path. The woman led the children still deeper into the forest, farther than they had ever been in their lives before. Then a big fire was lit again, and the mother said, "Just sit down there, children, and if you're tired you can sleep a bit. We're going into the forest to cut down wood, and in the evening when we're finished we'll come back to fetch you." At midday, Gretel divided her bread with Hansel, for he had strewn it all along their path. Then they fell asleep, and evening passed away, but nobody came to the poor children. They didn't wake till it was pitch dark, and Hansel comforted his sister, saying, "Only wait, Gretel, till the moon rises. Then we shall see the breadcrumbs that are scattered along the path. They will show us back to the house." When the moon appeared, they got up, but they found no crumbs, for the thousands of birds that fly about the woods and fields had picked them all up. "Never mind," said Hansel to Gretel. "You'll see we'll find a way out." But all the same they did not. They wandered about the whole night, and the next day from morning till evening, but they could not find a path out of the wood. They were very hungry too, for they had nothing to eat but a few berries they found growing on the ground. And at last they were so tired that their legs refused to carry them any longer, so they lay down under a tree and fell fast asleep. On the third morning, after they had left their father's house, they set about their wandering again, but only got deeper and deeper into the wood. And now they felt that if help did not come to them soon, they must perish. At midday, they saw a beautiful little snow-white bird sitting on a branch, which sang so sweetly that they stopped still and listened to it. And when its song was finished, it flapped its wings and flew on in front of them. They followed it and came to a little house, on the roof of which it perched. And when they came quite near, they saw that the cottage was made of bread and roofed with cakes, while the window was made of transparent sugar. "Now we'll tuck in," said Hansel, "and stuff our faces with the food. I'll eat a bit of the roof, and you, Gretel, can eat some of the window, which you'll find a tasty little snack." Hansel stretched up his hand and broke off a little bit of the roof to see what it was like, and Gretel went to the window and began to nibble at it. At that moment, a shrill voice came out from the room inside. "Nibble, nibble, little mouse, who's nibbling at my house?" The children answered, "'Tis heaven's own child, the tempest wild," and went on eating, for they were ever so hungry, and Hansel in particular had rather bad manners. He was thoroughly enjoying eating the roof, and tore down a big bit of it, while Gretel pushed out a whole round window pane and sat down the better to enjoy it. Suddenly the door opened, and an ancient woman was leaning on a stick hobbled out. Hansel and Gretel were so terrified that they let what they had in their hands fall. But the old woman shook her head and said, "Oh ho, you dear children, who led you here? Just come in and stay with me. No harm shall happen to you." She took them both by the hand and led them into the house, and laid a most delicious dinner before them, milk and sugared pancakes with apples and nuts. After they had finished, 2 beautiful little white beds were prepared for them, and when Hansel and Gretel lay down in them, they felt as if they had got into heaven. The old woman appeared to be most friendly, but she was really an old witch who used to steal children, and had only built the little bread house in order to lure them in. When anyone came into her power, she killed, cooked, and ate him or her, and held a regular feast day for the occasion. Now witches have red eyes, and cannot see far, but like beasts, they have a keen sense of smell, and know when human beings pass by. When Hansel and Gretel fell into her hands, she laughed wickedly and said jeeringly, "I've got them now. They shan't escape me." Early in the morning, before the children were awake, she rose up, and when she saw them both sleeping so peacefully with their round rosy cheeks, she muttered to herself, "That'll be a dainty bite to eat." Then she seized Hansel with her bony hand and carried him into the little stable and locked the door on him. He might scream as much as he liked. It did him no good. Then she went to Gretel, shook her till she awoke, and cried, "Get up, you lazy bones! Fetch water and cook something for your brother. When he's fat, I'll eat him up." Gretel began to cry bitterly, but it was of no use. She had to do what she was told. So the best food was cooked for poor Hansel, but Gretel got nothing but crab shells. Every morning the old woman hobbled out to the stable and cried, "Hansel, put out your finger that I may feel if you are getting fat." But Hansel always stretched out an old bone, and the old dame, whose eyes were dim, couldn't see it, and thinking always it was Hansel's finger, wondered why he fattened slowly. When 4 weeks had passed, and Hansel still remained thin, she lost patience and decided to wait no longer. "Hi, Gretel," she called to the girl. "Be quick and get some water. Hansel may be fat or thin. I'm going to kill him tomorrow or cook him." Oh, how the poor little sister sobbed as she carried the water, and how the tears rolled down her cheeks. "Kind heaven, help us now," she cried. "If only the wild beasts in the wood had eaten us, then at least we should have died together."
"Just hold your peace," said the old hag. "It won't help you."
Early in the morning, Gretel had to go out and hang up the kettle full of water and light the fire. "First, we'll make a pie," said the old witch. "I've heated the oven already and rolled the pastry." She pushed Gretel out to the oven, from which fiery flames were already jumping.
"Creep in," said the witch, "and see if it's properly heated, so that we can shove in the pie."
For when she had got Gretel in, she meant to close the oven and let the girl roast, that she might eat her up too. But Gretel saw through her wicked trick and said, "I don't know how I'm going to do it. How do I get in?"
"You silly goose," said the old hag. "The opening is big enough. See, I could get in myself."
And she crawled toward it and poked her head in the oven. Then Gretel gave her a shove that sent her right in, shut the iron door and drew the bolt. Gracious! How she yelled! But Gretel fled, and the wretched old woman was left to roast in her own oven. Gretel flew straight to Hansel, opened the little stable door and cried, "Hansel, we are free! The old witch is dead!" Then Hansel sprang like a bird out of a cage when the door is opened. How happy they were! They jumped for joy and hugged and kissed one another. And as they had no longer any cause for fear, they went into the old hag's house. And here they found, in every corner of the room, boxes with pearls and precious stones. "These are even better than pebbles," said Hansel, and crammed his pockets full of them. And Gretel said, "I too will bring some home," and she filled her apron full. "But now," said Hansel, "let's go and get well away from the witch's wood." When they had wandered about for some hours, they came to a big lake. "We can't get over," said Hansel. "I see no bridge of any sort or kind." "Yes, and there's no ferry boat either," answered Gretel. "But look, there swims a white duck. If I ask her, she'll help us over." And she called out, "Here are 2 sad children who can't cross the lake to get home because there is no bridge nor ferry boat. Take us upon your white back and row us over. Quack, quack!" The duck swam toward them, and Hansel got on her back and told his little sister to sit beside him. "No," answered Gretel. "We should be too heavy a load for the duck. She shall carry us across separately." The good bird did this, and when they were landed safely on the other side and had walked for a while, the wood became more and more familiar to them, and at last they saw their father's house in the distance. Then they set off to run, and bounding into the room jumped up to hug their father. The man had not passed a happy hour since he had left them in the wood, but his wife had died. Gretel shook out her apron so that the pearls and precious stones rolled about the room, and Hansel threw down one handful after the other out of his pocket. And so all their troubles were ended, and they lived happily ever after. And that's the story, Nori, of Hansel and Gretel. I'm glad it all ended happily,
At least for Hansel and Gretel and their father, even if the Wicked Witch did get roasted in her own oven. Prince Bertie the Frog would like to meet all his new friends at his lovely green and purple website. You can see what he looks like there. So drop by at storynori.com. I'll be telling you another story Nori soon. So for now, from me, Natasha, bye-bye.
And the Tortoise. Hello, this is Natasha, and I'm dropping by with a famous fable by Aesop. It's about a race between a hare and a tortoise. You may have heard the story before, but you probably haven't heard it told by the hare. He's here to give us his version of that famous event that happened quite a long time ago now. Hello, my name is Speedy, and for a good reason. I've got long legs and I can really go. You can catch me if you can, but I don't think you will. In a race, I come first, always. I never lose. Well, all right. There was that one time that I took the silver medal, but it only ever happened once. It's so unfair that people keep going on about it. I blame that Aesop. He's the one who wrote it all down. It happened in March, and that's the time of year that we hares go a bit crazy, you know. Look, I'll tell you what happened, just so you understand that it wasn't really my fault. It could have happened to anyone. Do you know that old tortoise who lives in the next field? He's so slow that the first time I saw him, I thought he was a rock. In fact, I've seen rocks that move faster than he can. His head looks like, well, a cabbage, and his feet look like Brussels sprouts. Quite frankly, he's a ridiculous creature. One day, I was leaping around the fields, and he was just watching me and nodding that cabbage-like head of his. I bounced up to him and said, "Come on, you lazy old thing. Is that all the exercise you take, just nodding all day long? I'm surprised you don't nod off to sleep." The tortoise didn't answer. His mouth was full of grass and he was chewing very slowly. Just then, the fox popped out of the hedgerow. He scratched his flea bites and said, "Don't you know that the tortoise hibernates?" "Hiber-what?" I asked. "Hibernates," said the fox again. "It means that he goes to sleep for the whole winter." "Sleeps for the whole winter?" I said. "That's incredible. He must be the laziest creature alive. In fact, it's hardly fair to say he is alive. If he was dead, it would be hard to tell the difference." It was all too easy to mock the tortoise. He couldn't even be bothered to stick up for himself. He just kept on munching so slowly. But the fox, who is a big know-it-all, replied for him, "Most likely he will be around after we're both long gone. Tortoises can live for over 100 years. 100 years? I exclaimed, just nodding, chewing, and occasionally plodding. I'd get bored out of my mind. I have to run and jump and win races. If you've got speed, then you can really know that you're alive." Then that wily old fox said, "I'll lay a
bet that the tortoise can beat you in a race. Not a quick dash, of course. He's hardly a sprinter, but a proper race over a good distance. Say, up to the top of that hill and back. I don't believe you'll beat him in a race like that.
"Pah!" I said. "I'll beat that old tortoise over any distance, any day, any time."
And that's how I got myself into that infamous race with the tortoise. The fox arranged it all for us the next day at noon. The sun was high in the sky, and the heat was scorching. It was more like summer than spring. All the local creatures came to see the fun. The crows cawed, and the cows munched like they normally do. But you could tell that something interesting was going to happen, because they were swishing their tails, and not just to keep the flies off. It was the biggest thing to happen round these parts for ages. Of course, almost everyone was backing me to win. You only had to look at me. Lean, fit, with a terrific bounce in my step. And then look at him, old cabbage head, with a great shell on his back. I was the clear favourite. Only the fox was backing the tortoise. He was taking bets off his cronies, the badger and the rat. If I won, he would have to do them a month of services and favours. And if the tortoise won, they would have to work for him for the whole month. The badger and the rat thought the fox must have gone soft in the head to make such a silly bet. At last, the fox called out, "Ready, steady, go!" I hung round for a moment to see the tortoise lumber off the starting line, but he was taking so long about it that I got bored and shot off towards the hill. I was flying across the field, but I must say the hill was a long way. Even I couldn't get there in a moment. At the end of the field, I looked over my shoulder and saw that the tortoise had hardly got started. I'd say his top speed was about 1 mile per week. I had no doubt at all that victory was mine. I crossed another 3 fields, and at last I got to the hill, and I started to make my way up. It was tougher going now, and my legs were starting to feel less springy than usual. I took another look back and saw the tortoise was only halfway across the first field. I decided to stop for a breather and a bit of a chuckle. How did the fox ever think that old Cabbage Head could beat me? Doesn't he know that I'm speedy by name, speedy by nature? And I thought he was smart. In fact, just to show him how confident I was of winning, I sat down. "Give the old lumber along a sporting chance," I said to myself. "And when he gets near, I'll dash off again. That will make the race more entertaining." And so I stretched out and chewed on a long piece of juicy grass. I knew one of the beady-eyed crows would see me and report back to the crowd how I was so far ahead that I could afford to take things easy. In fact, I thought it wouldn't do any harm just to close my eyes for a moment or two. My eyelids certainly were feeling a bit heavy after running up a hill under a hot sun. In fact, I thought that 40 winks would refresh me, and I would set off all the faster when I got going again. And oh,
how pleasant it was to lie down on such a glorious day. The grasshoppers were singing, and the breeze was rustling ever so gently in the trees. Soon I was dreaming of victory. They will be talking about this on the farm for weeks. But dear me, I must have well and truly dozed off, because when I woke up I shivered. The sun was going down and the air was a bit cooler. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was, and then I recalled the race. I stood up and scanned the hill below for sight of the tortoise. Perhaps he had just done the logical thing and given up and gone back home. So I started to jog up to the top of the hill and then run gently back down again. Still no sight of my rival. It was almost dark when I got back to the farm gate and the finishing line. The cows had gone off to be milked. Only the fox, the badger and the rat were waiting for me. "Hello, guys," I said. "What's my prize?"
What's your prize?
said the badger.
Your prize is that we are working for the fox for a month.
"Grrr!" said the rat, really quite angrily.
You've well and truly let us down. You might be speedy by name, but you're dead lazy by nature. Beaten by 100-year-old slow coach. It's disgusting, truly disgusting."
Only the old fox had a sly grin on his face.
"Thank you, Hare," he said. "You've proved me right, as I usually am. The tortoise plodded in home just over an hour ago. It only goes to show that slow and steady always wins the race."
And so, now you know all about the one and only time that I came less than first in a race. Of course, you shouldn't go supposing that the tortoise is faster than me. It was just a one-off kind of disaster. I mean, oversleeping like that. It could have happened to anyone. I'm still the fastest creature on the farm, and don't let anyone tell you different. Well, I must dash. No time to hang around chatting like this. Catch you later.
And that was the story of the Hare and the Tortoise, as told by the Hare. And don't forget, there are loads more stories on storynori.com. So until next time, from me, Natasha,
Rumpelstiltskin
bye-bye.
by the Brothers Grimm.
Hello, this is Natasha, and I'm dropping by with a famous fairy tale. Now, Bertie's friend, Sadie the Swan, tells me that she's met one or two fellows like the man in this story. At first, he makes himself very useful and helpful to a girl, but later on he becomes a bit of a pest. His name is Rumpelstiltskin. Once upon a time, there was a miller who was very poor, but who had a beautiful daughter. Now it happened that he had an audience with the king, and in order to make himself appear as a person of importance, he said to him, "I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold." The king said to the miller, "That is an art which pleases me well. If your daughter is as clever as you say, bring her tomorrow to my palace, and I will try what she can do." And when the girl was brought to him,
He took her into a room which was quite full of straw, gave her a spinning wheel and a reel, and said, "Now set to work, and if by tomorrow morning early you have not spun this straw into gold during the night, you must die." Thereupon he himself locked up the room and left her in it alone. So there sat the poor miller's daughter, and for the life of her could not tell what to do. She had no idea how straw could be spun into gold, and she grew more and more miserable, until at last she began to weep. But all at once the door opened, and in came a little man, and said, "Good evening, Mistress Miller. Why are you crying so?" "Alas," answered the girl, "I have to spin straw into gold, and I do not know how to do it." "What will you give me," said the mannikin, "if I do it for you?" "My necklace," said the girl. The little man took the necklace, seated himself in front of the wheel, and whirr, 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 3 turns, and the reel was full. Then he put another on, and whirr, 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 3 times round, and the second was full too. And so it went on until the morning, when all the straw was spun, and all the reels were full of gold. By daybreak the king was already there, and when he saw the gold he was astonished and delighted. But his heart became only more greedy. He had the miller's daughter taken into another room full of straw, which was much larger, and commanded her to spin that also in one night, if she valued her life. The girl knew not how to help herself, and was crying, when the door again opened, and the little man appeared and said, "What will you give me if I spin that straw into gold for you?" "The ring on my finger," answered the girl. The little man took the ring, and again began to turn the wheel, and by morning had spun all the straw into glittering gold. The king rejoiced beyond measure at the sight, but still he had not gold enough, and he had the miller's daughter taken into a still larger room full of straw, and said, "You must spin this too in the course of the night. But if you succeed, you shall be my wife." "Even if she be a miller's daughter," thought he, "I could not find a richer wife in the whole world." When the girl was alone, the mannikin came again for the 3rd time, and said, "What will you give me if I spin the straw for you this time also?" "I have nothing left that I could give," answered the girl. "Then promise me, if you should become queen, your first child." "Who knows whether that will ever happen?" thought the miller's daughter, and not knowing how else to help herself in this strait, she promised the mannikin what he wanted, and for that he once more span the straw into gold. And when the king came in the morning and found all as he had wished, he took her in marriage, and the pretty miller's daughter became a queen. A year after, she had a beautiful child, and she never gave a thought to the mannikin. But suddenly, one day, he came into her room and said, "Now give me what you promised." The queen was horror-struck, and offered the mannikin all the riches of the kingdom if he would leave her the child. But the mannikin said, "No, Something that is living is dearer to me than all the treasures in the world."
Then the queen began to weep and cry, so that the mannequin pitied her.
"I will give you 3 days," said he. "If by that time you find out my name, then you shall keep your child."
So the queen thought the whole night of all the names that she had ever heard, and she sent a messenger over the country to inquire, far and wide, for any other names that there might be. When the mannequin came the next day, she began with Caspar, Melchior, Balthazar, and said all the names she knew one after another. But to every one the little man said,
"That is not my name."
On the second day she had inquiries made into the neighbourhood as to the names of the people there, and she repeated to the mannequin the most uncommon and curious. "Perhaps your name is Shortribs, or Sheepshanks, or Laceleg." But he always answered,
"That is not my name."
On the third day the messenger came back again and said, "I have not been able to find a single new name, but as I came to a high mountain at the end of the forest, where the fox and the hare bid each other good night, there I saw a little house, and before the house a fire was burning, and round about the fire quite a ridiculous little man was jumping. He hopped upon one leg and shouted,
'Today I bake, tomorrow brew. The next I'll have the young queen's child. Ha! Glad am I that no one knew. That Rumpelstiltskin I am styled.'"
You may think how glad the queen was when she heard the name. And when soon afterwards the little man came in and asked,
"Now, Mistress Queen, what is my name?"
At first she said, "Is your name Conrad?"
"No."
"Is your name Harry?"
"No."
"Perhaps your name is Rumpelstiltskin."
"The devil told you that! The devil told you that!"
cried the little man, and in his anger he plunged his right foot so deep into the earth that his whole leg went in, and then in rage he pulled at his left leg so hard with both hands that he tore himself in two. And that was the story of Rumpelstiltskin by the Brothers Grimm. And make sure you never get into a rage like that. But you would never be as naughty as Rumpelstiltskin, would you? So, until you drop by next time at storynori.com, from me, Natasha, bye-bye! The Brave Little Tailor by the Brothers Grimm. Hello, this is Natasha, and this is a tale from Germany by the Brothers Grimm. It's about a tailor who was as clever as he was brave. One summer's morning, a little tailor was sitting on his table by the window. He was in good spirits and sewed with all his might. Then came a peasant woman down the street crying, "Good jams cheap, good jams cheap." This rang pleasantly in the tailor's ears. He stretched his delicate head out of the window and called, "Come up here, dear woman. Here you will get rid of your goods." The woman came up the 3 steps to the tailor with her heavy basket, and he made her unpack all the pots for him. He inspected each one, lifted it up, put his nose to it,
and at length said, "The jam seems to me to be good. I'll buy a jar." The woman, who had hoped to sell far more jam, gave him what he wanted, but went away grumbling. "Now this jam shall be blessed by God," cried the little tailor, "and give me health and strength." So he brought the bread out of the cupboard, cut himself a piece right across the loaf, and spread the jam over it. "This won't taste bitter," said he, "but I will just finish the jacket before I take a bite." He laid the bread near him, sewed on, and in his joy made bigger and bigger stitches. In the meantime, the smell of the sweet jam rose to where the flies were sitting in great numbers, and they were attracted and descended onto it in hosts. "Hey, who invited you?" said the little tailor, and drove the unbidden guests away. The flies, however, understood no German, and came back again in ever-increasing companies. The little tailor at last lost all patience, and drew a piece of cloth from the hole under his work-table, and saying, "Wait, and I will give it to you," struck it mercilessly on them. When he drew it away and counted, there lay before him no fewer than 7 flies, dead and with legs stretched out. The tailor looked at the flies that he had killed, and could not help admiring his own bravery. "The whole town shall know of this," he said. And the little tailor hastened to cut himself a belt, stitched it, and embroidered on it in large letters, "7 dead at one stroke." "What, the town? The whole world shall hear of this!" he exclaimed, and his heart wagged with joy like a lamb's tail. The tailor put on the girdle and resolved to go forth into the world, because he thought his workshop was too small for his valour. Before he went away, he looked round the house to see if there was anything which he could take with him. However, he found nothing but an old cheese, and that he put in his pocket. In front of the door he observed a bird which had caught itself in the thicket. It had to go in his pocket with the cheese. Now he took to the road boldly, and as he was light and nimble, he felt no tiredness. The road led him up a mountain, and when he had reached the highest point of it, there sat a powerful giant looking peacefully about him. The little tailor went bravely up, spoke to him and said, "Good day, comrade. So you are sitting there overlooking the widespread world. I am just on my way there and want to try my luck. How about you? Come with me?" The giant looked contemptuously at the tailor and said, "You wretch! You miserable creature!" "Oh, indeed," answered the little tailor, and unbuttoned his coat and showed the giant the belt. "There may you read what kind of a man I am." The giant read, "7 dead at one stroke," and thought that they had been men whom the tailor had killed, and began to feel a little respect for the tiny fellow.
Nevertheless, he wished to try him first, and took a stone in his hand and squeezed it together so that the liquid dropped out of it.
"Do that," said the giant, "if you have strength."
"Is that all?" said the tailor. "That is child's play," and put his hand into his pocket, brought out the soft cheese, and pressed it until the liquid ran out of it. The giant did not know what to say, and could not believe it of the little man. Then the giant picked up a stone and threw it so high that the eye could scarcely follow it. "Now, little mite of a man, do that." "Well thrown," said the tailor. "But after all, the stone came down to earth again. I will throw you one which shall never come back at all." And he put his hand into his pocket, took out the bird, and threw it into the air. The bird, delighted with its liberty, rose, flew away, and did not come back. "How does that shot please you, comrade?" asked the tailor.
"You can certainly throw," said the giant. "But now we will see if you are able to carry anything properly."
He took the little tailor to a mighty oak tree which lay there felled on the ground, and said,
"If you are strong enough, help me to carry the tree out of the forest."
"Readily," answered the little man. "Take you the trunk on your shoulders, and I will raise up the branches and twigs. After all, they are the heaviest." The giant took the trunk on his shoulder, but the tailor seated himself on a branch, and the giant, who could not look round, had to carry away the whole tree and the little tailor into the bargain. He behind was quite merry and happy, and whistled the song, "Three tailors rode forth from the gate," as if carrying the tree were child's play. The giant, after he had dragged the heavy burden part of the way, could go no further, and cried,
"Now I shall have to let the tree fall."
The tailor sprang nimbly down, seized the tree with both arms as if he had been carrying it, and said to the giant, "You are such a great fellow, and yet cannot even carry the tree." The giant said,
"If you are such a brave fellow, come with me into the cave and spend the night with us."
The little tailor was willing, and followed him. When they went into the cave, other giants were sitting there by the fire, and each of them had a roasted sheep in his hand and was eating it. The little tailor looked round and thought, "It is much more spacious here than in my workshop." The giant showed him a bed and said he was to lie down in it and sleep. The bed, however, was too big for the little tailor. He did not lie down in it, but crept into a corner. When it was midnight and the giant thought that the little tailor was lying in a sound sleep, he got up, took a great iron bar, cut through the bed with one blow, and thought he had finished off the grasshopper of a man for good. With the earliest dawn the giants went into the forest, and had quite forgotten the little tailor, when all at once he walked up to them quite merrily and boldly. The giants were terrified. They were afraid that he would strike them all dead, and ran away in a great hurry. The little tailor went onwards, always following his pointed nose. After he'd walked for a long time, he came to the courtyard of a royal palace. And as he felt weary, he lay down on the grass and fell asleep. Whilst he lay there, the people came and inspected him on all sides and read on his belt, 7 dead with 1 stroke. "Ah," they said, "what does the great warrior want here in the midst of peace? He must be a mighty lord." Soon the tailor was brought before the king, who had made a request to meet him. "In the forest roams a magical horse with 1 horn, a unicorn which does great harm, attacking people all round. If you can rid me of this unicorn, you shall have the hand of my daughter in marriage, and half my kingdom." And the tailor thought to himself, "It is not every day that I receive such an offer as that." And he replied, "I do not fear 1 unicorn. 7 at 1 blow is my kind of affair." He took a rope and an axe with him, went forth into the forest. The unicorn soon came towards him and rushed directly on to the tailor, as if it would gore him with its horn without more ado. "Softly, softly, it can't be done as quickly as that," said he, and stood still and waited until the animal was quite close, and then sprang nimbly behind the tree. The unicorn ran against the tree with all its strength, and struck its horn so fast in the trunk that it had not the strength enough to draw it out again, and thus it was caught. "Now I have got it," said the tailor, and came out from behind the tree and put the rope around its neck. And then with his axe he hoed the horn out of the tree, and when all was ready he laid the beast away and took it to the king. But the king was sorry that he had promised his daughter to the little man, and made another demand. Before the wedding, the tailor was to catch him a wild boar that had made great havoc in the forest, and so the tailor went into the forest where the boar was roaming. When the boar saw the tailor, it ran on him with foaming mouth and sharp tusks, and was about to throw him to the ground, but the hero fled and sprang into a chapel, which was near and up to the window at once, and in 1 bound out again. The boar ran after him, but the tailor ran outside and shut the door behind it, and then the raging beast, which was much too heavy and awkward to leap out of the window, was caught. The hero went to the king, who was now, whether he liked it or not, obliged to keep his promise, and gave his daughter and the half of his kingdom. The wedding was held with great magnificence and small joy, and out of a tailor a king was made. And after some time the young queen heard her husband say in his dreams at night, "Boy, make me the jacket and patch the trousers." The next morning she complained of her wrongs to her father, and begged him to help her to get rid of her husband, who was nothing else but a tailor. The king comforted her and said, "Leave your bedroom door open this night, and my servant shall stand outside, and when he has fallen asleep shall go in. Bind him, and take him on board a ship which shall carry him into the wide world." The woman was satisfied with this, but the king's armour-bearer, who had heard all, was friendly with the young lord, and informed him of the whole plot. "I'll put a screw into that business," said the little tailor. At night he went to his bed with his wife at the usual time, and when she thought that he had fallen asleep, she got up, opened the door, and then lay down again. The little tailor, who was only pretending to be asleep, began to cry out in a clear voice, "Boy, make me the jacket and patch the trousers. I smote 7 at 1 blow.
I brought away one unicorn and caught a wild boar. And am I to fear those who are standing outside the room?" When these men heard the tailor speaking thus, they were overcome by a great fear, and ran as if the wild huntsman were behind them, and none of them would venture anything further against him. And so the little tailor remained a king to the end of his life. And that was the tale of The Brave Little Tailor by the Brothers Grimm. I do hope that you enjoyed it. And don't forget, there are loads more stories at storynori.com. Until next time, from me,
Midas
Natasha.
Touch.
Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Natasha. And this is a story from ancient Greece about the original Goldfinger. His name was King Midas, and he had what he thought was a great gift. Anything he touched turned to gold. But he soon learned that his golden touch wasn't so much a gift as a curse. This story is called The Midas Touch. There was once a dreadfully ugly beast called Silenus. He pranced over the mountains on a pair of hairy goat's legs. A long tail swished behind him. But from the waist up, he was a man, more or less. His big belly bounced up and down as he ran along. A pair of horns sprouted out of his bald and shiny head. Quite often slobber dribbled from his thick and purple lips. In short, this delightful creature was a satyr. Silenus was a friend of Dionysus, the god of wine. Dionysus often used to gather his wild band of followers in the woods for a noisy, riotous party. They included satyrs as well as Maenads, who were wild women of the woods. They would bang drums, blow pipes and horns, and crash cymbals, and they danced themselves into a mad frenzy. But above all, they liked to drink wine. One time, after Silenus had been partying all night, he staggered out of the woods and into the palace grounds of Midas, king of Phrygia. He lay down between the rose bushes and fell into a deep sleep. Around mid-morning, Princess Zoe was walking through the gardens collecting rose blossoms. She saw the hairy hoof of Silenus sticking out from among the bushes, and she thought that a poor sick goat had come into the garden to lie down. As he was dirty and smelled not very nice, she called the gardener. When he came, he pulled on the leg and found not a goat, but a satyr. "Ah, he's horrible!" exclaimed Zoe. "Throw him on the compost heap." "I'd better ask the king before I do that," said the gardener. "After all, a satyr can bring good fortune." When King Midas learned that there was a satyr sleeping in the rose garden, he ordered that he might be given a bed in the palace until he felt better. The servants carried him on a stretcher to the best guest room, and there he remained, snoring loudly and smelling like, well, a goat, for almost another day. When finally he arose, he staggered into the palace kitchen and noisily demanded cheese, eggs, and wine. The cook wanted to chase him out with a meat cleaver, but the steward held him back, saying that the satyr was a guest of the king. Silenus took the wine and went wandering round the palace, leaving dirty hoof prints as he went. When the queen saw him, she was horrified. "Who or what is this vile creature that's come to stay with us?" she asked the king. Midas replied that he was a friend of Dionysus, and everyone must treat him with great courtesy.
Although Princess Zoe and the Queen did their best to stay out of the way of the satire, King Midas entertained his guest, eating and drinking with him until late at night, and playing music on the panpipes. All in all, Selina stayed with Midas for a week. And no one was more pleased about this show of hospitality than Dionysus, because in his eyes, anyone who honoured Silenus honoured Dionysus. A few days after Silenus had left, Midas was walking in his rose garden when he heard some strange but lovely music. He followed the sound and discovered a perfectly beautiful man sitting on the grass and playing a pipe. He knew right away that the stranger was one of the gods, and he fell down on one knee. The god said, "Get up, man. I'm not one for ceremonies. I wish to reward you. What gift would you like more than any other in the world? Power isn't really my thing, but I can offer you wine, women, or song." "I need money," said Midas. "Money? What good comes of money?" asked the god. "Well, of course, a god like you has no use for money," said Midas, "but we mortals can never have enough of it. I wish that everything I touch turned to gold." And although Dionysus thought it was a foolish wish, he granted it with the words, "Midas, all that you touch shall turn to gold." The god disappeared, and King Midas rejoiced in his curse. He reached out and touched a rose blossom, and it turned to gold. He picked up a stone, and that too became golden. Even a clod of earth became gold. He plucked an apple from a low branch, and it immediately became cold and shiny. He held it in his hand and said, "Oh, how pure and perfect it is." And then he tossed the golden apple over his shoulder and hurried into the palace to try his touch on random objects, columns, statues, furniture, doorknobs. The servants heard his voice laughing and shouting, "Gold, glorious gold!" And they wondered what had gotten into the king. Princess Zoe heard him too. She found him turning peas into little golden nuggets. "Father, what has happened?" she asked. "The most wonderful thing," he replied, and he hugged her. But this was not what he had expected. He was holding not his daughter in his arms, but a cold, still statue. Distraught, he went to the fountain to wash his hot tears from his face. But as he scooped up the water in his hands, it turned into liquid gold. Now he realized the cruelty of his gift. He called out, "Lord Dionysus, save me from this cursed metal." And Dionysus heard him and took pity on the foolish king. He appeared on the edge of the fountain and said, "Go to the river that flows by the great city of Sardis. Make your way upstream until you come to the source. Plunge your head and body at the same moment into the foaming fountain, where it gushes out, and wash away your foolishness." Midas did as he was told, and when he plunged into the stream, the banks and the flowers that grew on them became yellow and golden. But Midas emerged from the waters free of his wish for riches
and gold. And as long as he lived, he rejoiced in all that was simple and natural. And that was the story of the Midas Touch. If you like this one, you can find more Greek myths, as well as other myths and legends at storynori.com. So why not drop by soon and listen to some? Until next time, from me, Natasha.
This week's story
Bye-bye.
is sponsored by Audible Kids. Please visit audiblekids.com/storynori for your free audiobook download.
The Dragon and His Grandmother. Hello, this is Natasha. And Bertie has asked me to tell you a rather puzzling story. When I say puzzling, I mean it has some riddles in it. You know what a riddle is, don't you? It's sort of a tricky question like this one. I am as light as a feather, but the strongest man on earth can only hold me for about a minute. What am I? Do you know the answer to that one? I'm a breath, of course. Well, the story I'm about to tell you has some riddles in it like that one. It has rather an unusual name. It's called The Dragon and His Grandmother. And it all happened a long time ago in a faraway kingdom. But before the story, I'd just like to tell you how you can buy a huge range of audiobooks from our sponsor, Audible Kids. They have stories by practically every author and read by all sorts of famous actors. For example, there's a great audiobook called Dragon Tales with Classic Stories by the famous children's authors Kenneth Grahame and Edith Nesbit. It's a collection of 4 delightful dragon stories. To buy this book and others, you can go to audiblekids.com/storynori. And there's also a handy link in Storynori's sidebar. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the story. There was once a great war, and the king had a great many soldiers. But he gave them so little pay that they could not live upon it. Then 3 of them decided to run away from the army. One of them said to the others, "If we are caught, we shall be hanged on the gallows." The other said, "Do you see that large cornfield there? If we were to hide ourselves in that, no one can find us. The army cannot come into it. And tomorrow it is to march on." They crept into the corn. But the army did not march on, but remained encamped close around them. They sat for 2 days and 2 nights in the corn, and grew so hungry they nearly died. But if they were to venture out, it was certain death. They said at last, "What use was it deserting from the army? We must die here miserably." Whilst they were speaking, a fiery dragon came flying through the air. It hovered near them and asked why they were hidden there. They answered, "We are 3 soldiers and have deserted because our pay was so small. Now if we remain here we shall die of hunger, and if we move out we shall be strung upon the gallows." "If you will serve me for 7 years," said the dragon, "I will lead you through the midst of the army so that no one can catch you." "We have no choice and must take your offer," said they. Then the dragon seized them in his claws, took them through the air over the army, and set them down on the earth a long way from it.
He gave them a little whip, saying, "Whip and slash with this, and as much money as you want will jump up before you. You can then live as great lords, keep horses, and drive about in carriages. But after 7 years, you are mine." Then he put a book before them, which he made all 3 of them sign. "I will then give you 3 riddles," he said. "If you guess them, you shall be free and out of my power." The dragon then flew away, and they journeyed on with their little whip. They had as much money as they wanted, wore grand clothes, and made their way in the world. Wherever they went, they lived in merrymaking and splendour, drove about with horses and carriages, ate and drank, but did nothing wrong. The time passed quickly away, and when the 7 years were nearly ended, 2 of them grew terribly anxious and frightened. But the 3rd made light of it, saying, "Don't be afraid, brothers. I wasn't born yesterday. I will guess the riddles." They went into a field, sat down, and the 2 pulled long faces. An old woman passed by and asked them why they were so sad.
Alas, what have you to do with it? You cannot help us.
"Who knows?" she answered.
Then they told her that they had become the servants of the dragon for 7 long years, and how he had given them money as plentiful as blackberries, but as they had signed their names they were his, unless when the 7 years had passed they could guess a riddle. The old woman said, "If you would help yourselves, one of you must go into the wood, and there he will come upon a tumble-down building of rocks, which looks like a little house. He must go in, and there he will find help." The 2 melancholy ones thought, "That won't save us," and they remained where they were. But the 3rd and merry one jumped up and went into the wood until he found the rock hut. In the hut sat a very old woman, who was the dragon's grandmother. She asked him how he came, and what was his business there. He told her all that had happened, and because she was pleased with him, she took compassion on him and said that she would help him. She lifted up a large stone which lay over the cellar, saying, "Hide yourself in there. You can hear all that is spoken in the room. Only sit still and don't stir. When the dragon comes in, I will ask what the riddle is, for he tells me everything. Then listen carefully for what he answers." At midnight the dragon flew in and asked for his supper. His grandmother laid the table and brought out food and drink till he was satisfied, and they ate and drank together. Then in the course of the conversation she asked him what he had done in the day and how many souls he had conquered.
I haven't had much luck today, he said, but I have a tight hold on 3 soldiers.
Indeed, 3 soldiers, said she, who cannot escape you.
They are mine, answered the dragon scornfully, for I shall only give them 3 riddles which they will never be able to guess.
What sort of riddles are they? She asked.
The first is like this, said the dragon. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 legs at noon, and on 3 legs in the evening?
The old lady looked quite baffled and said, Tell me, my fiery grandchild, what does go on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 legs at noon, and on 3 legs in the evening?
Why, laughed the dragon, a person does. He crawls on all 4 as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and walks with 2 legs and a stick in old age.
And the old lady exclaimed, No one else has riddles as cunning as yours. They are unlikely to guess the answer to that one for sure. But if they do, what is your second riddle? And the dragon replied that his second riddle was just as devious and even prettier, for it was in the form of a rhyme that went like this. Though of great age, I'm kept in a cage, having a long tail and 1 ear. My mouth, it is round, and when joys do abound, oh, then I sing wonderful clear. What am I?
Can you tell the answer? Why, I'm a bell, of course. Ding dong.
The old lady shook her head in wonderment at her grandson's ingenuity.
Oh, you are quite the most cunning dragon who ever lived and breathed fire, she exclaimed.
And what do you have for your final and most difficult riddle?
Oh, just some simple arithmetic, said the dragon. As I was going to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives. Every wife had 7 sacks. Every sack had 7 cats. Every cat had 7 kits. Kits, cats, sacks, and wives. How many were going to St. Ives?
And as the old lady could not answer, he said,
Only 1 was going to St. Ives. All the others were going the other way. The souls of the 3 soldiers are mine for sure.
And then the dragon ate his supper of hot coals and soup made from boiling oil and went to bed. When the dragon was soundly asleep, his old grandmother pulled up the stone and let out the soldier.
Did you pay attention to everything?
Yes, he replied. I know enough and can help myself splendidly.
Then he went by another way through the window secretly, and in all haste back to his comrades. He told them how the dragon had been out witted by his grandmother, and how he had heard from his own lips the answer to the riddles. They were all delighted and in high spirits, took out their whip and cracked so much money that it came jumping up from the ground. When the 7 years had quite gone, the fiendish dragon came to the soldier with his book, and pointing at the signatures said, "And now you must answer my riddles, or your soul shall be mine for all eternity. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 legs at noon, and on 3 legs in the evening?" And the first soldier replied, "A person." The dragon was much annoyed, and hummed and hawed a great deal, and asked the next riddle. "Though of great age, I'm kept in a cage. Having a long tail and 1 ear, my mouth it is round, and when joys do abound, oh, then I sing wonderfully clear. What am I?" "A bell," said the second soldier. The dragon made a face and growled again 3 times, "Hum, hum, hum," and said to the third, "As I was going to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives. Every wife had 7 sacks. Every sack had 7 cats. Every cat had 7 kits. Kits, cats, sacks, and wives. How many were going to St. Ives?" "Only 1," replied the third soldier. And the dragon flew away with a loud shriek, and had no more power over them. But the 3 soldiers took the little whip, whipped as much money as they wanted, and lived happily to the end of their lives. And that was the story of the dragon and his grandmother. Well, those were tricky riddles. Did you get any of them? Well, if you did, you are certainly clever than that old dragon. And remember, there are loads more stories at storynori.com, so drop by soon and listen to some. Until then, from me, Natasha.
The White Snake.
Bye-bye.
By the Brothers Grimm. Hello, this is Natasha. And this is a story from Germany by the Brothers Grimm. The Brothers Grimm, Jacob and Wilhelm, travelled around Germany asking people to tell them the traditional stories that had been handed down by word of mouth for centuries. They collected stories like Cinderella, Snow White, and many other ones that are less famous, and they wrote them down and published them in 2 books called Children's and Household Tales. This is one of those stories. It's not so very well known, but it's a good one. It's about a man who could understand the language of animals, and it's called The White Snake. A long time ago, there lived a king who was famed for his wisdom throughout the land. Nothing was hidden from him, and it seemed as if the news of the most secret things was brought to him through the air. But he had a strange custom. Every day after dinner, when the table was cleared and no one else was present, a trusty servant had to bring him 1 more dish. It was covered, however, and even the servant did not know what was in it. Neither did anyone know, for the king never took off the cover to eat of it until he was quite alone. This had gone on for a long time, when one day the servant who took away the dish
was overcome with such curiosity that he could not help carrying the dish into his own room. When he had carefully locked the door, he lifted up the cover and saw a white snake lying on the dish. But when he saw it, he could not deny himself the pleasure of tasting it, so he cut off a little bit and put it into his mouth. No sooner had it touched his tongue than he heard a strange whispering of little voices outside his window. He went and listened, and then noticed it was the sparrows who were chatting together and telling one another all kinds of things which they had seen in the fields and woods. Eating the snake had given him the power of understanding the language of animals. Now it so happened that on this very day the Queen lost her most beautiful ring, and suspicion of having stolen it fell upon this trusty servant who was allowed to go everywhere. The king ordered the man to be brought before him, and threatened him with angry words that unless he could before the morrow point out the thief, he himself should be looked upon as guilty and executed. In vain he declared his innocence. In his trouble and fear he went down into the courtyard and thought long and hard. Now some ducks were sitting together quietly by a brook and taking their rest, and whilst they were making their feathers smooth with their bills, they were having a confidential conversation together. The servants stood by and listened. They were telling one another of all the places where they had been waddling about all the morning, and of what good food they had found. And one said in a pitiful tone, "Something lies heavy on my stomach. As I was eating in haste, I swallowed a ring which lay under the Queen's window." The servant at once seized her, carried her to the kitchen and said to the cook, "Here is a fine duck. Roast her for dinner." "Yes," said the cook, and weighed her in his hand. "She has spared no trouble to fatten herself, and has been waiting to be roasted long enough." And as he prepared the duck for dinner, he found the ring inside. The servant could now easily prove his innocence, and the king, to make amends for the wrong, allowed him to ask a favour, and promised him the best place in the court that he could wish for. The servant refused everything, and only asked for a horse and some money for travelling, as he had a mind to see the world and go about a little. When his request was granted, he set out on his way, and one day he came to a pond where he saw 3 fishes caught in the reeds and gasping for water. Now, though it is said that fishes are dumb, he heard them complaining that they must perish so miserably, and as he had a kind heart, he got off his horse and put the 3 prisoners back into the water. They quivered with delight, put out their heads, and cried to him, "We will remember you and repay you for saving us." He rode on, and after a while it seemed to him that he heard a voice in the sand at his feet. He listened and heard an ant-king complain, "Why cannot folks with their clumsy beasts keep off our bodies? That stupid horse with his heavy hooves has been treading down my people without mercy." So he turned onto a side path, and the ant-king cried out to him, "We will remember you. One good turn deserves another." The path led him into a wood, and here he saw 2 old ravens standing by their nests and throwing out their young ones.
Out with you, you idle, good-for-nothing creatures, cried they. We cannot find food for you any longer. You are big enough and can provide for yourselves. But the poor young ravens lay upon the ground, flapping their wings and crying, "Oh, what helpless chicks we are! We must shift for ourselves, and yet we cannot fly. What can we do but lie here and starve?" So the good young fellow climbed down and gave them his own food, which he had been carrying for his lunch. Then they came hopping up to it, satisfying their hunger. They cried, "We will remember you. One good turn deserves another." And when he had gone on a long way further, he came to a large city. There was a great noise and crowd in the streets, and a man rode up on horseback crying aloud, "The king's daughter wants a husband, but whoever sues for her hand must perform a hard task. If he does not succeed, he will forfeit his life." Many had already made attempts, but in vain. Nevertheless, when the youth saw the king's daughter, he was so overcome by her great beauty that he forgot all danger. He went before the king and declared himself a suitor. So he was led out to the sea, and a gold ring was thrown into it in his sight. Then the king ordered him to fetch this ring up from the bottom of the sea, and added, "If you come up again without it, you'll be thrown in again and again until you perish amid the waves." All the people grieved for the handsome youth. Then they went away, leaving him alone by the sea. He stood on the shore and considered what he should do, when suddenly he saw 3 fishes come swimming towards him, and they were the fishes which he had saved. The one in the middle had a mussel in its mouth, which it laid out on the shore at the youth's feet, and when he had taken it up and opened it, there lay the gold ring in the shell. Full of joy, he took it to the king and expected that he would grant him the promised reward. But when the proud princess saw that he was not her equal in birth, she scorned him and required him first to perform another task. She went down into the garden and strewed with her own hands 10 sacks full of millet seed on the grass. Then she said, "Tomorrow morning, before sunrise, these must be picked up, and not a single grain be wanting." The youth sat down in the garden and considered how it might be possible to perform the task, but he could think of nothing. And there he sat sorrowfully waiting for the break of day, when he should be led to his death. But as soon as the first rays of the sun shone into the garden, he saw all 10 sacks standing side by side, quite full, and not a single grain was missing. The ant king had come in the night with thousands and thousands of ants, and the grateful creatures had by great industry picked up the millet seed and gathered them into the sacks. Presently the king's daughter herself came down into the garden, and was amazed to see that the young man had done the task she had given him. But she could not yet quite conquer her proud heart, and said,
although he has performed both the tasks, he shall not be my husband until he has brought me an apple from the tree of life." The youth did not know where the tree of life stood, but he set out and would have gone on forever as long as his legs would carry him, though he had no hope of finding it. After he had wandered through 3 kingdoms, he came one evening to a wood and lay down under a tree to sleep. But he heard a rustling in the branches, and a golden apple fell into his hand. At the same time, 3 ravens flew down to him, perched themselves upon his knee, and said, "We are the 3 young ravens whom you saved from starving. When we had grown big and heard that you were seeking the golden apple, we flew over the sea to the end of the world where the tree of life stands, and have brought you the apple." The youth, full of joy, set out homewards and took the golden apple to the king's beautiful daughter, who had no more excuses left to make. They cut the apple of life in 2 and ate it together. And then her heart became full of love for him, and they lived in undisturbed happiness to a great age. And that's the story of The White Snake by the Brothers Grimm. I do hope that you enjoyed it. And don't forget, we have loads of stories by the Brothers Grimm on storynory.com, including Snow White and Rumpelstiltskin. So drop by soon and listen to some. For now, from me, Natasha. Bye-bye!